really serious and you're looking for a Christ man, the one who anointed with the Lord, with the Spirit of the Lord to do his will, I'm that nigga.
One West, 125th Street. Y'all put y'all faith in presidents like they gon' change this country. Run the league and let y'all play cause y'all gon' make a money. Fuck Obama, he ain't come here on cargo slave ship. What the fuck he do for blacks in his administration? I'm waiting, pacing like a saint. Black, Hispanic, Native, they hate your ass the same. Hate Christ in their image, paint you as a slave. God ain't all love, scriptures say he hate. African soul niggas, they know we not the same. School to prison pipeline to get you off the streets. Put you in the cell toilet connected to the sink. Molested as a kid, she prostituted as a teen. The byproduct of Martin Luther King dream. They just took the yoke off, my nigga, we ain't free. We live in bleak in these wastelands of poverty. If you don't know the truth, then the lie sound promising. Prophecy, gift and the curse. Dylan started killing, they was sitting in church. Black folk forgave him, man, this shit is absurd. You should never love your enemy, that shit ain't gonna work. Yeah, fuck dying on your knees, you better die in glory. Man, I joined the UPK, taught me the art of war. I took a nigga life like mine to be recognized. I feel that pain every day, it can't be reconciled. Pops banging, my sister a prostitute. My brother got life, and somehow I still found the truth. War ready, no cowards, no excuse. Fuck reparations, you can't bandage no open wounds. Blood on the leaves, body swing hooked from a noose. I was on a run in Nashville and I found the truth. I taught the school, classes being held by the shot on my life. I want to be a gangster like a cop. Do this for my brothers, real brotherhood. Everything we do, we got it out this book. My nigga, I can never be no African. UPK the only authorized acronym. I'm passionate about my brothers and sisters. We in hell, I ain't got nothing.
Cool, cool.
Oh yeah, I just thought it was important to point out the gaps there. And Captain, how are you?
I'm all right. And yourself? How you gave me now, right?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
You come up a little bit though.
You mean closer?
No, can you crank your volume up a little bit?
Oh, yeah, I could turn my volume. I don't know if it got louder. Did it get louder now or no? No? Yeah, if you could do that for me, appreciate it. Wait, test it. Yeah. Okay. But I just wonder why I'm moving slow. Hey, Sarah, on your StreamYard, right? Can you hide the little small screen? Because when I enlarge it, you have the option. Yeah, because when I share, yeah. No, not screen capture. You see on the StreamYard, are you using StreamYard? So right below because I do it too. So right below the smaller screen, there's this little window where it says hide the preview of the vertical broadcast. And then that way when I put it on my audience, they're not seeing two of us on the screen. Oh, it is hitting on your end. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that is crazy.
Guys can't hide it on
Right. Right. Because hmm okay.
So if that helps for you to be double on your screen, it
Okay.
might
Yeah,
do
it
it.
might. Yeah, it just might.
Um,
We'll see.
or even if you're in avatar mode, it still blocks it from being double.
And
But
I
the
may
the
I'm
the
sorry,
only
go
way
ahead.
to get away from that is to use OBS and then screen capture only the
Oh,
box.
that's
But if you're
diabolical.
not using OBS, it's like I couldn't begin to help you through that one. But
Okay. All right, well, we'll deal with
yeah,
it. Um,
yeah. But again, you're always welcome to just sync in instead. And then it'll only display what it displays like mine if you link in that way. But that's only if you want to link in and not do screen capture.
When you stream to my audience, it doesn't come in vertical.
No, you have to set it that way. If you want it to do both, I think you have to set it that way
Right.
where
Like if I joined your StreamYard and select the stream to my audience, then it wouldn't do that. But the way it's the way that I'm doing it.
It'll link exactly in. Right. So if you want to switch gears now, that's fine, and then you can just connect in. Or if you want to just stay as in, it doesn't make a difference to me.
Right.
But and then any of your super chats that come in, if you're linked in, they'll come in on my side, and we can pull them up during Q&A too. That's the benefit of syncing in through StreamYard, is we can connect with your audience and the super chats. But if you prefer to keep that to yourself, right, and talk to them later, then do it the way you're doing it.
I think if they have their own StreamYard, Sarah, when you first go in and go to do restream, a box opens up, and in that box, you need to choose. It'll have horizontal, vertical, or both. It doesn't naturally start out on both. It starts out on horizontal. You need to turn and go in and manually change that to both.
Right. And Israel, you would have to do that on your end.
Yeah, I like it just horizontal.
Yeah. It depends on what kind of audience you want.
And I don't know if y'all notice I'm freezing. I may have to leave and come back if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead and do it now, and then we'll reset.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right. So just close that. Let's see if I come. So big. Let me see how I'm moving. Okay, it looked like it's okay here so far. I just want to make sure that I'm not delayed, because when I joined initially it was moving pretty slow. Can y'all let me know in my audience? Can y'all let me know if it's moving slow, if it's moving fast? Because it seems like it's delayed on my end. Let's see if I need to close some program. I try to limit the programs that I have open on my side to avoid that. Let's see. And I even reduced my camera size. Don't mind me just moving fast. Okay, it seems to be okay. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and rejoin their live stream and see what it does. Let me see what it does now. Click the StreamYard. I don't know if I like that. I may have to get my Mac computer. I had to do that before, where I had to get my Mac computer. If y'all remember when I was doing a live stream with Tommy, I had had a similar problem when I was doing a live show with Tommy. This is irritating me, man. I'm gonna try restarting my computer. I'll be right back, y'all. All right. All right. It seems to be moving a little better now. So let me come over here. Do this here. Okay, there we go.
Yay.
Yeah, I restarted my computer, and then I got my. So I have a Windows and I have a Mac computer, and it's the Windows computer that's giving me the problems. And so what I did was I have my Mac computer that I'm setting up just in case I have to
Okay.
switch it over. So you tell me how I look on your screen, and then that'll let me know because I don't want to start it and then have to switch
Yeah.
like midstream. So if it
Ben, is he like tapping out on YouTube?
He is. He's glitching. He's like,
Okay, I thought it.
pause.
all right, so what I'm
I
so
want to make sure it was just me.
yeah, it shouldn't take, but I know y'all can hear me though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it shouldn't take.
It's not that great, but
Yeah.
I can hear you.
This is why I have a Mac and a Windows, and the Mac never fails me, but I just like the movement of the Windows better than the Mac. But nevertheless,
Well, you seem to be going slow.
no, I'm about to switch it. I'm gonna switch to my Mac. Just bear with me 1 second.
Okay. Push another 5.
All right, I think we should be good now. Yep, I think we should be good. Jesus Christ. So here, Gmail. Testing. Yep, I think we should be good. Yep. Yeah, that's probably going to be a lot better now. All my all my Windows fans, I mean, my Mac fans are going to tell me to just leave Windows alone. That's what they're going to, because I did a live stream like 2 weeks ago and I had the same issue. I just forgot about it. I would have remembered to leave it that way, but that's because I had to turn the mic up on. Does it sound? Is it okay now? Okay. All right. Perfect. Yes. Yes. Yeah. That's what I said. That's what I said. You know what's crazy? This is a this ain't no lightweight computer. This is a hold on. Where we at? This is a heavy, like this is a gaming computer. Like I bought it specifically. This is a Rogue, yeah, this is a Rogue Strig G614. Mm, it's crazy work. Yeah.
No. So you both have an affirmative position. But Israel, since you are the yes, I'm going to let you go first on the opening statements. Captain, you'll be second on the way back round. Captain, you will have the first say, and Israel, you'll have the last words. Interruptions are my absolute biggest pet peeve. You're both very familiar with how I operate. If you start interrupting the person and they start to get irritated by it, I'm probably just going to let them interrupt you later. Because at that point, if you're not listening to me, then you're not going to listen to anybody. So don't interrupt. It becomes a big issue for the show. I also reserve the right to put a 2-minute timer up on the screen if for any reason we cannot get together on not interrupting each other. And then we'll just have to go back and forth 2 minutes at each person back and forth. It gets very boring very quickly. I don't recommend it. The mudslinging, name calling, you're an asshole, whatever. That's all fine, fair and game. It's an entertainment factor. I have an appreciation for it. However, let's not make it the entirety of the show if we're going to do it. Personal lives, family, mothers, daughters, sisters, husbands, wives, dogs, your neighbor, they don't belong on my screen or in my topic. So if you want to use hypotheticals, like if you had a wife, would you X, Y, and Z? That's fine. But do not say, are you married? Do not say, do you have children? Because people tend to take it personal when you make it personal and it all goes downhill from there. Trust me on that. You don't want to go there. I think I got everything. We'll get through the debate about 2 hours. If for any reason we're becoming cyclical, I'm okay with giving you guys the option to shut down the debate itself a little early and then move into open panel Q&A. Then we can get some new voices in. But as long as you guys are fresh and hyped and moving through the conversation, I'm not going to touch it until we hit the 2-hour mark. Any questions, gentlemen?
No.
All right. I'm going to tuck you both backstage. I'll bring you back up about 30 seconds before the intro video ends. I'll do all the introductions and get you where you need to go. Sit tight, hang around, and good luck to both of you. Here we go.
Thank you.
Generally, family. Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
This composer is the foundation of all knowledge.
Money. I'm really mad that he
know
this out and
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop. Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way that you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main thing in politics, right? This is my ideology. So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Robert. Oh, that? Very far, you say.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you another Mater Nation production. We have Israel Horowitz and Captain Tazaryach, both ready to debate the question, are Jews today the real Jews? Israel, I will hand it to you for your opening statement, please.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for having me back, Sarah. Nice to see you, Captain. Nice to meet you. I want to open up by saying, first of all, I know that you are familiar with debating, what would it say, Talmudic Jews, usually. Like, for example, I just saw your recent debate you did with Yosef Mizrahi, the rabbi, and I understand your frustration when debating them. I'm actually, though I call myself a rabbi, I am not Talmudic in any way. I'm actually against the Talmud. I think it has corrupted the Jewish nation, and I think it's extremely problematic. And I know that you combat racism and things like that. And I just want to point out that when you look at it from a Talmudic rabbinic perspective, there are actually racial undertones in the Talmud and the rabbinic writings. Case in point would be, as many are familiar with, the three sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham was the son who actually mocked his father's nakedness. And the way that the rabbis interpret that, even though the Bible just says that he mocked his father's nakedness, the rabbis interpreted that he actually castrated his father. And so if you read Genesis Rabbah 36, it says that Noah cursed his son Ham, saying that because you stopped me from doing things that people do in the dark, which is having sex and procreation, therefore I will curse you with dark skin, implying that dark skin is somehow a curse. Of course, the Torah, the Bible never says that. That is an entirely rabbinic fabrication. You can also see what it says in the Talmud, Sanhedrin 108b. It says that they were prohibited from engaging in sexual intercourse on Noah's Ark. Again, Bible never says that. And it says that the three individuals that did have sex on the ark were the raven, the dog, and Ham. And the dog and the raven were cursed with certain things, and Ham was cursed in his skin, that his skin would become black. Again, rabbinic racism on display here. And I want to point out that I'm completely against all of that. The Torah never speaks about racism. In fact, the Torah is not racial at all, and that's kind of the argument I want to make tonight. Additionally, people are so absurdly ridiculous because actually when you look at the Bible, when you look at Genesis chapter 9, which is where the story takes place, Noah doesn't curse his son Ham, actually. He curses Ham's son, Canaan, right? And over again, it says that Ham is identified as the father of Canaan in Genesis 9:18. And it continues in this vein, Genesis 9:18, 22, 25, 26, and 27, where Noah explicitly calls out Canaan as the one who was going to be cursed. Canaan actually being the nation that the one time in history God actually commands a genocide against these people because they're so evil beyond compare. And they're not actually even black. They're Middle Eastern in the land of Canaan, which is where the Israelites came after the Exodus from Egypt. So again, the concept of the curse of blackness is a very evil concept. It's completely racist and false and not based in the Bible. So I just want to point out that I do not accept any of that. In fact, I completely believe that there are black people that have their roots in the Israelite faith. There's the Ethiopian Jews, for example, who throughout their history have never even had the Talmud. And that's another big proof that the Talmud is not inherent to the Torah, because though they had traditions, they don't have the Talmud. And so, what we're looking at is, again, a situation where we have black Israelites who do not have the Talmud, yet when they were brought to the state of Israel, they were made to convert through rabbinic Judaism. Now, I think that's a terrible thing. I think that's a double standard. European, Middle Eastern Jews were not told they need to convert through rabbinic Judaism, yet black Jews were. I think that's complete discrimination and terrible. And the final point I want to make regarding identity as Jewish identity is that while I believe that it's entirely possible for people from Africa to be rooted in the Jewish identity, or the Israelite identity rather, I think that's also possible for people who are not necessarily from Africa, because the reality is what makes people Israelites are people that actually maintain the label of a Jew/Israelite. I think we can talk about the fact that Jew is an incomplete term. It only refers to the tribe of Judah, which is wrong. The Israelite term is the correct term. And so what we're dealing with is Israelites that are spread across the entire world. And that's something I want to point out as well. When you look in 2 Kings chapter 17, you can see the entire northern kingdom of Israel being exiled northward to Assyria, which is modern day Iraq and Syria. And in 2 Kings 24 and 25, chapters 24 and 25, we see the kingdom of Judah, the southern kingdom, being exiled to Babylon, which is again north. So to say that everyone who was exiled north had to end up in Africa, I think fundamentally doesn't make a lot of sense, especially when we could see in Isaiah, for example, Isaiah chapter 11, verses 11 and 12, read as follow. On that day, God will call back his people, the remaining of his people, who remain in Assyria and Egypt and Patros and Cush and Elam, Shinar, Hamath, and the islands of the nations. And if we look at this geographically, Assyria is northern Iraq and parts of Syria, Egypt, Pathros, and Cush are indeed in Africa. But then we go back to the Middle East with Elam being in Iran, Shinar being in Babylon, and Hamath in Syria, and then the islands go off into the sea. So what we're looking at is a situation, and as it continues, Isaiah 11:12, it says that he will raise up a flag for the nations, and he will gather in the exiled ones of Israel, and the dispersed ones of Judah he will gather in from the four corners of the earth. And we see this echoed as well in Deuteronomy 28:64, in which the Bible says that Yahweh will spread you across the entire earth from one edge of the heaven to the other among all the nations, right? So the idea of the exile of Israelites being spread across the entire world, including Africa, is certainly correct. However, it's Africa, but not exclusively Africa, where we're told that the Israelites will be scattered across the entire earth to the four corners of the earth. So really what we're dealing with is that there are people that have maintained their identity as Israelites, and they've maintained their way of life as Israelites. Sure, there are converts. Sure, there are people that have joined the nation. And I think it's undeniable to say that the Israelites during their exile intermarried and intermingled with the nations among them. Whether they went through formal conversion doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's people who maintain their identity as part of the covenant people. And I just want to conclude with this beautiful set of verses in Deuteronomy 29, 9 through 14, which speaks of a time where the Israelites are all standing before Yahweh, the entire nation. And included in the nation are what is called a ger, which is a sojourner, which is people that are not actually even bloodline Israelites, yet they are called the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And what it says is that God is passing us through his covenant and his oath, and that applies to all the people standing there that day and all the people who are not even standing there that day, but future generations and future people who want to join this covenant. They are welcome. And the Torah explicitly over and over again encourages us to welcome strangers, sojourners among us, people that want to follow the laws of the Torah, people that want to be part of the covenant. They're actually welcome as part of the people. So my appeal to the captain here is that while you have problems with Jews being supremacists, I have problems with Jews being supremacists. At the same time, we wouldn't want to go reverse supremacy and say, you have to be black in order to be part of Israel, because there's no place in the Torah where it says that either. I don't think this is a racial issue. I think this is a spiritual issue. And fundamentally, we can all be united in God if we follow his commandments. And to the extent that we know our ancestry, I think we have limited knowledge. But what matters more is the content of a person's character.
Thank you so much, Israel. And Captain Tazaryach, your opening statement, please.
Well, first, I want to say God is a racist. I just want to start there. Racist, the word racist is not in the Bible, so I would say God is a tribalist. God said, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. So anybody portraying to be the children of God and then making it seem like we can all kumbaya, that's false. God chose the children of Israel to be above all people, not even equal with all people. Keeping the commandments put us in a superior position. That's the point. So it's absolutely facts for us to be separatists, tribalists, if racism is a word that bothers people. But if God set them people, even Jesus Christ said, I'm not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So even he did not come to redeem all people. He did not. Another thing, we don't have an out of Africa theory. I am not a blackity black person. I'm an Israelite from the tribe of Judah. But we also have Israelites that are scattered across the four corners. James 1:1 says to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. So we don't teach that you got to be from Africa. I hate Africans, like specifically. Them Hamites, I don't like them. Why would I like the people that sold me to Jewish people and white people and Spaniard people, whatever type of European you want to call it? Them Africans sold us. I have the same hatred for them as I have for the people that enslaved my people. So we don't come from that concept. I reject everything about Judaism, every single thing, from being a Jew by your mother. Now, I don't know if you go by that position or not. I guess we'll get into it. But that is not biblical at all. So your rejection of the Talmud is actually kind of refreshing. I'll give you that, because most people try to incorporate the Talmud into some things, but we don't go by the Talmud, of course. We go strictly by the Bible. So that's Old and New Testament from Genesis to Revelations. And Deuteronomy 28:64 that you just quoted, not only did he say we would be scattered across the four corners, but we would also worship gods that neither thou have known, even wood and stone. Today's those two gods would be Christianity and Islam. Christianity is the wooden cross. Islam is that rock that they circle, that they call out. They think Allah is a god, but it is a rock in Mecca. So I don't know if I need to take as much time as he did, but I do want to dispel the myth that you presented that we're just about black people. And I know it's common for people to think that. It's common for people to think that we're a black supremacist group. But blacks, I'll say it like this: Dominicans, Mexicans, Guatemalans, Haitians, Puerto Ricans, we got a school in Europe. So the Europeans that are in Europe that are Israelites, the Africans that are in Africa that are Israelites, they are all my people. My only concern is when Israelites that have tried to portray as us have just not been us. I even think your class, like whatever Jew you present yourself to be, you're going to be the minority as well, because when we think about this subject, when I say I'm Israelite, I get laughed at. But when the so-called Jews say he's an Israelite, it's like, oh yeah, that could be. He wears a little yarmulke, a little Russian hat, walk around with the little, he can't even get locks. He got to twirl his hair on the side and string it all together. So those people are not. So I guess I can land there, and then, we could begin the dialogue.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen, both. And also to the audience, both Israel and Captain T are streaming on their own platforms. So please be sure to check the video description if you want to find out where they are. Also, Uncle Guns is so willingly dropping their links in the chat. So head on over, like, subscribe, share their stuff out, but also, and most especially, send them all of your money. And a kind reminder, we are going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements. Then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, your favorite part, we will open up the panel. So if you have something to say or question to ask, we will open it up for the open panel Q&A at the tail end. All right, gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
I guess my first question is just so I can know who I'm speaking with. What type of Jew do you claim to be?
So, I mean, ethnically, my ancestors come from all across the world. So, whether that's Eastern Europe, like Ukraine, Hungary, Romania, and Poland, but also the Middle East, like Syria, Egypt, and the Bukharian Mountains, which are like Central Asia, as well as Spain and Egypt. So, pretty much they've been all around my ancestors.
Which on your dad's side?
My dad's side is going to be the Eastern European.
Oh, so you the same Jew you hate then?
Well, that's the thing is I don't think it's racial. You know, I definitely hate what the Jews have done with. But let me ask you a question. You yourself said it's not about blackness, and you have
right. It's not about it's not about this here. It's not about skin tone.
So you have European Black Israelites and Dominican Black Israelites. So how does one become a Black Israelite according to you?
Well, we wouldn't use the term black, but I want to let me
a Hebrew Israelite. How does one become a Hebrew Israelite?
Your father. We like you see how I act when you gave your ancestor. And I said, "What about your father?" You said Eastern European. So you're Ashkenaz or a fake Jew, just like the ones you hate. So for us, let's say if a black person comes into the school, a black-looking person comes into our school. When they come into our school and we go into their background on their father's side, let's say although they look black, they have a white father or a white grandfather. That would disqualify them from being one of us if they have true European, or what I like to say, Edomite descent. But let's say if they come in looking like good old Sarah, one of the best moderators on YouTube, I might add, and she comes in and we might look at her and say, man, we can't let her in here. She's a white woman and she got this black daddy. Although her complexion may say don't accept her, if she has a black father, black ancestry, or a Dominican or Puerto Rican, whatever ancestry she would have on her father's side would then dictate how you're an Israelite. But when you say it's not racial, why did God separate us from every other race?
Well, of course you're right that God wants Israel to be a nation separated and holy, sanctified above other nations, right? And so it's not about kumbaya, we just accept everything. But the Torah does say that we should accept sojourners, people who want to live among Israel, even if they're not native bloodline Israelites. We should accept them and love them. And there's one Torah, one law for the native and the sojourner. That's why I would say it's more about the entrance into the covenant and the observance of the law than your blood lineage. Additionally, I would ask you, why do you think it's impossible for Jews to have ended up in Europe? Why is that impossible?
No, that's not impossible, but you didn't answer my question. My question was, why did God separate Israel from other nations? That was my question. And you switched it to some kumbaya. That don't mean strangers can't join, but that didn't answer my question. I asked you, why did God separate us?
We're told very clearly God separates the Israelites because they're descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So that is a chosen bloodline and the 12 tribes. And so what we're looking at is a nation of people that are a family that become a nation, and ultimately they go through the Exodus in Egypt. God saves them, and then they establish themselves in the land.
Can I read a scripture, please? This is the actual answer. This is Deuteronomy 7:6. It says, "For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people upon the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor chose you because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all people. But because the Lord loved you, and because the Lord will keep his oath, which he had sworn unto your fathers, hath the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you out of the house of the bondmen." So wouldn't you say that the Lord chose the children of Israel to be above all people on the face of the earth?
Yes, but you also can see what it says in in Exodus 19, verse 5, where God chose them to be a nation of priests. So God clearly has interest in Israelites being priests unto the world. So it's not a disconnect from the rest of humanity, but it is a priest class of a nation. That's for sure. I believe in the same scriptures you're reading.
I don't know, because is it equal?
Well, no, it's not necessarily equal. And to be part of the nation, you have to follow the Torah. But that's my point, is that what it means to be part of the nation is not only bloodline, although bloodline is the first thing, but it also is joining the covenant and following the Torah. That's what the Torah also says.
So I'm confused because it sounds like what you're saying, right? Here's what it sounds like you're saying. You tell me if I'm right. The Israelites are chosen to be above all people. But if a stranger comes and then adopt our ways, then they have joined themselves to us. We treat them fair. We don't do no harm. I'm with you so far. We're together so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
But can that stranger, when they leave and let's say go back to whatever land they came from, they can go back and adopt the ways of the land that they came from, right?
Well, it depends what their faith dictates. If they're
this is a hypothetical. No, this is a hypothetical. This ain't I'm just saying if they decide, okay, I'm not going to live in Israel no more. I'm going to go back to whatever land I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
They can, when they get back to their land, they're not obligated to keep the law, statutes, commandments that God gave, right?
Well, they accept it upon themselves. They accept it not necessarily because they're in the land, but they accept it because they believe in this God and this covenant, and they want to be part of the nation. Also, does the Torah prohibit us from intermarrying with sojourners?
Yes, but I want to just finish. Yes, but if I could just put a pin in, well, in Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter, it says we can't marry their daughters, nor we can't
Which
take
nations.
That's a beautiful question, but let me just put a pin. I'm gonna come right back to that question. I just want to put a pin in what we were just talking about with the whole equality in the nation.
We can go point to point. We could pin it.
No. When I say pin,
Mm-hmm.
I probably I just want to wrap. I just want to wrap this part up because what you're saying, that non-Israelite that comes into Israel, when he leaves Israel, he's not under the law, statutes, commandments. When an Israelite, whether they're living in Israel or not living in Israel, we're under that covenant. Generation to generation to generation to generation. There is no we could stop keeping the commandments. If we in Babylon, if we in Germany, if we in Australia, no matter, the scriptures say repent in your captivity, but it does not say the stranger, meaning a non-Israelite, has to repent anything because that law is not given to them. And that's the difference. There is no equality here where we're the same. Even if a stranger lives in our land, I can charge him interest. I can't charge an Israelite interest. Why? Because the Israelite is better and above the non-Israelite.
Well, that's not true. It actually says that you should treat your Israelite brother as a sojourning resident among you and not charge him interest.
Where
That's
say
in
that?
Leviticus. That's in Leviticus.
Yeah, because I could have maybe show me something because it said you can charge the stranger.
Well, there's two different terms in the Torah. There's ger, which is sojourner, and nachri, which is a foreigner. So a foreigner is someone from another land, but a sojourner is someone who lives among you. So I can.
But a sojourner can also be an Israelite.
Well, no, because it says that there are natives and then there are sojourners.
But a sojourner can be an Israelite. We can read that in Leviticus, I think like 25 and like 35. Like if I'm in Jersey right now, if I go to Vegas, I'm a stranger in Vegas.
Right, but we're talking about sojourners in Israel, or even in the desert.
The Bible says, but even were we strangers to God? Does God call us strangers?
I don't think so.
Oh, you sure?
You'd have to remind me of the place.
Oh, yeah. In Leviticus 25 and verse 23, it says, the land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine, for ye are strangers and sojourners with me.
Correct.
So now we have a verse that shows Israelites are strangers and sojourners with God.
With Yahweh, but then there are people that are strangers and sojourners to Israel.
I don't disagree with you.
And that was even in the case in the desert, right? But by the way, I have the source. Source. It's Leviticus 25:35. It says, when your brother is impoverished, then you should strengthen him as a sojourner and a resident, and he will live with you. Do not take any usury and interest from him.
I can't believe you read this verse.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe you read it. This says, if thy brother be waxing poor, not non-Israelite.
Right, but it's saying you shall strengthen him as a sojourner, right? Which is clearly showing if you're strengthening him as a sojourner.
No. This verse says, if thy brother be waxen poor. So your brother is poor, falling into decay. Your brother falls into decay. Then thou shalt relieve him.
As a sojourner.
Why does it says as a sojourner? Because he's poor. That's what let you know when you see stranger and sojourner in there, it's not talking about like if hypothetically, right? If the three of us on this panel were all related, hypothetically, right? And then who gonna fall off on here? I'll be the one to fall off. So I fall off, I get downtrodden, and I'm poor. The stranger is talking about classes like, damn, I don't even know him no more. He's my brother, but look at him. He used to be on top. Now he's on the bottom. And then Sarah comes in, relieve me. She lived that scripture. That's the point of that scripture.
It's telling us to help out the sojourner. If it's saying help out your brother as a sojourner, then that means you should also help out the sojourners.
I don't disagree that we can help out sojourners, but what I said is that we can charge that non-Israelite usury. If you say we can't, then we would have a contradiction in the scripture, because the scripture says you can charge a stranger usury.
Right, but if it's telling you that you're supposed to strengthen your own brother as a sojourner, then that's implying that a sojourner is someone that should be strengthened and helped in the way that you don't charge them usury.
This is Deuteronomy 23:20. It says, unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury. In Leviticus,
that's a different word.
In Leviticus,
the word there is foreigner.
What do you mean?
In the Hebrew. So can you give me the source again?
Deuteronomy 23, and I think I read verse let me click it 20.
Right. So right there is what it says. You may charge usury of the foreigner. So the foreigner particularly is someone who's from another place. There's a distinction between the sojourner and the foreigner. You can read the Hebrew. It's two different words.
They could be two different words, but I can still charge usury to one. I cannot charge usury to another.
Yes, but one is the people of your land, and the other
no. One is your brother. An Israelite is my brother. Just like I can marry an Israelite woman, I cannot marry a Moabite woman, an Edomite woman. I can't marry those women, whether they're living in the land or not.
Right. Yet at the same time, those are just specific nations that God tells you not to intermarry with.
No, we're not supposed to intermarry with no nation. So when I name Moab and Edomite is not mentioned in Deuteronomy.
Yeah, sorry, you're right. It doesn't say Edomite. It says Moabite.
When Solomon married those strange women, were one of them Edomites?
Yeah, but how do you know that was the one he was punished for? Also, Solomon was mainly punished for worshiping other gods.
No. The verse says it named the women that Solomon married, women of Pharaoh's daughter, Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites, of the nations concerning which the Lord said, ye shall not go in unto them. And that gives you, this is why I love the Bible. This is why I love Christ. You don't believe in Christ, right?
Well, I believe in him. I don't know. What do you mean believe in him?
Like, do you believe him as your Messiah, or you're still waiting for a Messiah?
I'm not really messianic in my
So you're not messianic, period. So you're not waiting for anybody.
Just waiting for God.
Okay, no problem. So it names all of these nations because what they knew, and even Nehemiah says Solomon sinned by these things, is that the spirit of the law, even in the book of Tobit 4:12, is that we're not supposed to intermarry with any other nation. We're supposed to be extremely tribalistic and stay within our tribe, because they would turn you away from serving other gods.
Right. But you're referencing a source external to the Torah. The Torah is ultimately the law. When we refer
what source
to the
was
law,
that?
What that the law Torah is the law?
No. What source did you say I was referencing?
The Book of Kings with Solomon. And also you can also read that to say that you said that it says in the Book of Kings.
So you only do the first 5 books?
Well, I don't. It says in the first 5 books, you may not add or subtract to these.
Just asking if you only go by the first 5 books.
Yes, only the first 5 books is law. Well, that's what it's. That's what it's.
So you don't read nothing about. So nothing about Solomon is valid. David valid.
I've read it. Which, by the way, David's grandma married a Moabite.
Ruth was not a Moabite. All you disappointed me a little bit. If you just go look up a simple map. Let me see if I think I have it. I might show it on my screen. If you would just get a simple map when it comes to Ruth, let me see if I have this picture. I'll show you. Ruth, when you look at this picture I have right here, I don't know if you can see that or not. Mm-hmm. That picture right there, you see the green and the red? That's Reuben's territory. That's the plains of Moab. That's where Ruth, Boaz, and all of them lived. So when it says Moabite, that's because they were in the plains of, I'll see if I can blow it up for you.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, it's the plains of Moab. So when it calls Ruth a Moabite, it's because she lived in those plains. Like Elijah is called a Tishbite. Even though there's no verse that calls Elijah an Israelite, calls him a Tishbite, because that's just the area that he was from. So Ruth did not come from we ain't got no Mongoloid, and don't put no Mongoloid in our dynasty.
Well, okay, it does call her a Moabite. I mean,
you could be called anything. I'm called an American.
Okay. Are they not deliberating there at the end of the book how they can have her join the people, or that's a rabbinic thing?
Yeah, that's just an argument among their customs. That's all. That's just an argument that they're having among their customs, just redeeming her back to the land. Because although they was in Reuben, this goes back to the stranger part. Although they was in the plains of Moab where they was going, she would be a stranger where she was going because nobody would know her. Mm-hmm. Just like people look at Israel like it's some utopia. Like if I'm in the land of Judah and I go to the land of Ephraim, every Ephraimite is going to know every Judite. That's not realistic. If I go to North Carolina right now, all the black people in North Carolina don't say, "Hey, Tazaryach, what's up?" I'm a stranger when I go to North Carolina. I'm a stranger if I go to Nashville. I'm a stranger if I go to any city that I'm not from. And then once I meet the people, then I know them.
That is a possible reading, but I will still revert back to the same argument, which is that when we are told not to marry particular nations, it's those nations that we're told not to marry. The specific nations that God actually says either they are particularly bad because of how they treated you on the way from Egypt, or because they're so bad they need to be literally killed. But that's not a prohibition to marry all nations.
So you think you can marry other nations right now?
Yeah.
Even though Nehemiah called it a sin, even though it says in King Solomon's sin? Well,
again, they obviously point to the people of the land as the Canaanites as being the ones you may not marry. But the reality
I'm just asking, can you answer that question? When Nehemiah said,
Nehemiah talks about the people of the land, the Canaanites.
No, he said, did Solomon sin? And the women that Solomon slept with are not just Canaanites. It's Pharaoh's daughter. That's an Egyptian.
Well, the Torah says that you cannot marry an Egyptian for 10 generations. I assume Solomon was still within that. The Torah says you're not supposed to marry Moabites. And it says that Solomon married women
what verse says you can't marry an Egyptian?
Yeah, it says until the 10th generation. I'll find it for you right now. Until the 10th generation, you may not marry Egyptians, Moabites, and Ammonites.
Okay, that's a little different. What that's actually saying is the reverse. Because if that's the case, then after 10 generations, we can marry an Egyptian. What that's actually saying is if me as a black man was to marry an Egyptian woman and have children with her, my children couldn't come amongst the congregation until 10 generations. To get that stench or that stink ass Hamite out of there. We got to get that Hamite spirit, that Hamite culture. We got to get that up out of my mistake. It
says that they may not enter the congregation.
Right. It says the children begotten of them. So that's if an Israelite man lays with an Egyptian woman, that child begotten, he got to deal with an Israelite woman in 10 generations, then they could come back.
Right. So those are the nations that God prohibits us from marrying.
No. Because you got Edomites, you got Hittites, you got Zidonians. Edomites is the so-called white man, so you can't marry them either. So that lets you know when the Bible says Solomon sinned, that law in Deuteronomy 7 wasn't just about those nations. It was about any nation. Even Esdras says to not deal with them like that so that we may be strong.
Right. So again, you could read that verse in in,
I read the spirit of the verse.
Right. Well, okay. You can read the verse in Kings to say that Solomon married of the women that God said not to marry. Doesn't mean all the women he married.
Yeah, it wouldn't have named them. That's why I named them.
Right. So look, here's the thing. I would revert back to the Torah and the law, where it says Deuteronomy 4:2, do not add or subtract to these commandments.
That's the failure of us.
Well, that not to add.
Well, I was going to say us because you ain't one of us, but that's the failure that we experience. The failure that we experience is because even back then they would think that I'm going to look at this by the letter of the law. That's why Christ came and gave us the spirit of the law, which of course is better than the letter.
Okay, so when it says in the 5 books of Moses, do not add or subtract to these commandments, that's incomplete.
Who added? Nobody added or subtracted.
You added nations that are not part of the commandment.
No, I read that and then looked at the spirit of that and said I shouldn't marry no non-Israelite. Okay, because it ain't just those women. It ain't just those women that can get you to fall off. Any woman can get you to fall off. Do you think no Israelite woman can get you to fall off? What about Jezebel? Well, was Jezebel an Israelite? Yeah, she was the queen of Israel. But that ain't what I asked you. We don't know where she comes from, but presumably she. I think that was a Hamite. I think that was one of them stinking Hamites. She was one of them stinking Hamites. She was not an Israelite, and Baal and Ahab was a punk for his woman, letting that woman come out there. It said Jezebel was a Phoenician princess. She was not an Israelite. Now, so look what happened when he married that heathen. Got her out there wilding. Got him out there wilding. And what's crazy is Elijah beat 450 prophets of Baal, and Ahab ran and told his woman like a little girl instead of keeping it 100. So no, we are not supposed to. So I just want to put a record what we discussed so far. God is a racist. He chose Israel to be supreme above everybody. You cannot marry outside your race. You could charge non-Israelites with usury. So yeah, I think we had a bit of a disagreement there on the usury question, because it does say to strengthen your brother as you would a sojourner and not charge him interest. It doesn't say don't charge him interest though. Yeah, it says do not charge your brother interest. Strengthen him. What verse was that in Deuteronomy? No, and that was Leviticus 25, right? Leviticus 25, 35. Yeah. So now Leviticus 25 and 35. I just want to go back to it. All right, if you want to see it, I'm gonna read. It says, verse 36 says, "Take thou no usury of him or increase, but fear thy God that thy brother may live with thee." Right, but it says that you should strengthen and support your brother as you would. How can a brother be a non-Israelite? I'm confused. Right. So again, I can see your interpretation, and it's saying, support your brother as a stranger and a sojourner. But how can a brother be a non-Israelite? Well, the way I would interpret brother is the people of your land, because there's a differentiation between sojourner and what about an animal that dieth of itself? An animal that dieth of itself, you can sell to a non-Israelite again, because we're superior. That's a great example, because I wanted to show you that as a source where there's a differentiation between sojourner and foreigner. So it says you should give it to your sojourner, because the sojourner is someone that you should be supporting in your land, but you should sell it to the foreigner, right? So that's Deuteronomy 14:21. You said 14:21? Yeah, Deuteronomy 14:21. Right. It clearly makes this distinction that I'm making here. Can I read it? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. You shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself. Thou shalt give it unto the stranger that is in thy gates, that he may eat it. Thou may sell it unto an alien, for thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not see the kid in his mother's milk. So in reverse, the holy people are Israelites, right? The alien and stranger is non-Israelites, right? Right. That's correct. And it says that is in thy gates. Right, but my point was that you should see here the distinction between the sojourner and the foreigner. The sojourner is someone who lives among you in your gates, who you should support by giving the animal that died, and the foreigner is someone who's foreign to the land, who you can sell it to and make money off of it. So I was saying the same thing with usury. You should help the people in your land, but for people outside of your land, you don't have to give them additional charity by not charging. I can do whatever I want to an alien and a stranger. I can do whatever I want.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, I could sell him an animal that died of itself. I could charge him interest. But when my brother,
well, that's not whatever you want, right? You can't murder them. You can't steal from them.
That's the subject. Like, this how I know you ain't no Israelite. You're supposed to know the spirit of what I meant when I said anything I want on what we talking about.
Well,
if you was an Israelite, you'd have been like, I get that. You got to have that vibe. You know, Christ said we the salt of the earth. We give it flavor. Get some, you ain't even got no flavor.
Okay. But that's one aspect of the law. When you look at many other aspects of the law, you see statements in Exodus 12.
Hey, look at the super chat. They're trying to help you out.
1 second. When you look at the chapter Exodus 12, and it's stated many times in the Torah as well, there's Torah achat, one Torah for the sojourner and for the native. So stating that there is one law, and as well Deuteronomy 29, which I quoted you, states that the sojourner enters into the covenant.
Well, no, I disagree. I disagree totally with Deuteronomy 29. But what you said about Exodus and what we say about a stranger, period, treating someone like a brother and then being a brother are two different things. That's why in Deuteronomy 14:21, for example, when it says, for thy art an holy people, non-Israelites are not holy. I ain't seen a verse yet where non-Israelites are holy. Israelites are holy.
Well,
so
if they're part of the covenant, and
they're still not holy because they're not bound generationally. Like if they take a hold of that covenant and then break that covenant, their children aren't getting punished to the third and fourth generation. That falls on us. The children of Israel are the only ones, like in Psalms 147:19-20, when he says he showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments, he have not dealt so with any other nation, and as for his judgments, they have not known them. So there is a distinction. What you're trying to do is, again, trying to make a kumbaya where we're all one. The Bible, the non-Israelites can be one with us if they're living amongst us, but they're not held to the same standard that we are when it comes to the Most High, because we are his chosen. They are not his chosen.
Right. Okay. So again, before we even get to the conversation of why you believe that you are the only one who can trace real Jewish lineage or Israelite lineage, again, you misrepresent the concept of intermarrying with other nations when the Torah explicitly says you can not intermarry with these particular nations, but it doesn't say it about all nations. So the spirit of the law, you're correct. You shouldn't marry a woman who leads you away from God. That's the spirit of the law, but that doesn't mean that just because they're from another nation, they'll lead you away from God. It's particularly stated about the Canaanites, the Moabites, the Egyptians for the third generation. I just looked it up, by the way. It says you cannot marry an Egyptian till the third generation.
Yeah, if the Bible didn't say Solomon sinned with them Edomite women, then I'm gonna have to say that law in Deuteronomy 7, the spirit of that law carries forth throughout all nations. No non-Israelite are we supposed to marry. When Samson married, who did he marry? Philistines?
Yeah.
Is that in the Deuteronomy 7 chapter?
Oh, no.
Yeah. And how did his parents feel about that? They was angry that he married somebody outside of his nation because that was a sin.
Yeah, it says
so that's a clean.
It says it was part of God's plan that he would do that. It says that.
I think you kind of missing. I think you kind of missing. His parents knew that was a sin because you're only supposed to marry someone from your tribe.
Yeah, but
so they had a better spirit than you.
Okay, so first of all, parents' desire for who you marry is not the definition of the law.
It's based on the law.
Whether you're Greek or Armenian or whatever, you got to marry someone.
No, we ain't white. We ain't Greek. You know what I mean?
I'm just making a point that exists in all cultures, that they don't want you to marry out of the nation or the nationality.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean it's God's law. Also, how do you
God's law is only what he told the children of Israel. So I don't care what the Greeks and Armenians have.
I understand. My point is that the fact that we see that his parents didn't approve of that doesn't mean that that's the law of God.
They didn't approve of it based on, let me see if I can find it. They didn't approve of it based on the laws of God, though.
I mean, it literally says there that it was from God that he married that Philistine woman because it led to a vengeance against the Philistines.
No, a God knowing a man's sin and using it for his purpose doesn't take away that they wasn't that the parents knew according to the law he was not supposed to do that.
Right. Again, so the law is defined as what's written in the 5 books of Moses. So you want to keep referencing sources outside of the 5 books of Moses. When we talk about what is the law of God, it's particularly what is written in the 5 books of Moses, that you may not add or subtract to those commandments. So
I'm sorry.
I'm saying even if people interpreted later on to apply to other nations, which clearly regular Jews only, well, they accept converts, but they only accept.
Who's the regular Jew?
Well, like the Jews that are known as Jews, not
today.
Yeah, and
man, they first of all, they don't keep no laws. They sucking baby penises. They marrying who they want to marry. They go by the mother. You don't go by the mother, right?
No.
Right. They go by the mother to identify instead of father. They are nowhere near a point of reference. That's where your ancestry come from, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. Again,
you come from them.
Well, here's the thing. Again, I'd like to bring us back around to Deuteronomy 29.
Oh, yeah.
It states that the sojourner is part of the congregation who's entered into the covenant, right? So what we're looking at.
Where does it say that?
Okay, so it lists the collective of the people, Deuteronomy 29, verses 9 through 11, or through 9 and 10. You are all standing here today, your leaders, your tribes, your elders, your officers, your children, your women, and your sojourner who's in the midst of your camp, from those who chop wood to those who draw water, to pass you through the covenant of Yahweh your God and through his oath, which Yahweh your God seals with you today. All right. So
in verse 11, before you continue, if I could, in verse 11, does that say wives or women?
Women.
Because when I look at it in Strong, so I go by the King James version, so it has it as your little ones, your wives, and
it's the same. Yeah, it's the same word in Hebrew. There's no what woman means wife. This has the same.
I understand. The reason why I say that is because what about the women that ain't married? They don't name them there. What about the men that aren't married?
Right. So I mean, again, it's every man of Israel. It actually concludes with that in verse 9, right? And then it says your woman, your children, your women, and your sojourner.
A question. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yes, you're right. You can see how every man of Israel is before it says sojourner. So if you want to get caught on a technicality, are they considered, Israelites? That's one thing. But my main focus here is on verse 11 that says that this entire collective nation is being passed through the covenant of Yahweh. And we are all called the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in verse 12, even people that are not biological descendants. So this clearly shows
what nations.
We don't know. I mean, it could be the mixed multitude who went up with them from Egypt.
I don't agree with the mixed multitude, but what nation is in there? What nation? The mixed multitude. What nation does it say is the mixed multitude? What nation?
They could have been from Egypt. They could have been other people sojourning along the way. I don't
So
know.
could a Moabite or Ammonite come up in here?
Well, not according to the law.
Can an Egyptian?
Not until the 3rd generation.
So think about that now. So you're saying, if I was to go by your logic, you would say that some of that mixed multitude could be Egyptian, right?
Well, if they were observing the law, which presumably they were, then probably they weren't Egyptian.
So how could an Egyptian, now I disagree with this premise, but how can an Egyptian be a part of the covenant when they can't even come into the congregation?
Right. So again, it must have not been Egyptians.
So we don't know who the nation is, but you're going to tell me that other nations can be a part of it. So it's specific enough to say captains. You would agree captains are men, right?
Yeah.
Elders are men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Officers are men, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it says all men of Israel, right?
Yep.
So why would it have to say captains, elders, officers if it's going to say all men anyway? Why do you think that is?
Well, it's drawing a contrast between the leaders and the laborers.
Would you say class? Would you say like a class?
Well, that clearly is an existent thing in society.
No, I'm not disagreeing. No, I don't disagree. That's what I'm asking. Would you say it's representing like a class system?
To some extent, but it's saying that everyone is included in the congregation.
Well, I didn't get to that. I'm just in verse 10. I'm just asking you, when you say that that's a class system, right?
Different positions in society.
Verse 11, your little ones, your wives. The stranger is also a class. It's not a race. If it was a race, you would be able to tell me what race of people is the stranger. But the stranger is a class. And so what it's saying is from the highest rank to the lowest rank, I charge you this day. Because when you read verse 1 of the chapter, it says, these are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel. He didn't command them to make this covenant with all nations.
Obviously.
Right. So you can't tell me that other nations can be a part of this covenant when this verse is only telling you the children of Israel is a part of this covenant. And Israel had a major problem with respect to persons. That's why it breaks it down from the highest rank to the lowest rank. And then verse 12 says that thou shouldest enter into this covenant with the Lord thy God, and to his oath, which the Lord thy God maketh with thee this day, that he may establish thee today for a people unto himself, that they may be unto thee a God, and as he has said unto thee, and has sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Is Abraham the father of these other nations that you're talking about?
Well, that's my exact point, which is that the fact that we can see people from other nations, non-native Israelites, included in the collective of the nation, and are called spiritual. Well, yeah, they're spiritual descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
They're not spiritual descendants.
By virtue of the fact that they're part of the covenant that God made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they are welcome as part of the people, and they are considered spiritual descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's what's being said here.
The only spiritual representation of Abraham is Isaac. When God kicked that Ishmaelite out, them Arabs, and kicked their mother out and that son, he said, in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That's spiritual, but you still have to come from Isaac. So when it says sworn unto thy fathers, no other nation has Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to their father except Israelites. Then it says, neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that standeth here with us this day before the Lord our God, and also him that's not here with us. So where are the other nations that's still under this oath, like that are scattered abroad, that are still under this oath, that are not Israelites? Can you tell me who they are?
Absolutely. People that have maintained their identity as Israelites are the ones who call themselves obligated from birth. However, what the Torah is telling us is that there are people from other nations, non-native Israelites, who have the ability to join the people and to join the covenant.
That ain't what I asked you. I said this verse says, I don't make this covenant with the Israelites, and you're saying non-Israelites that are here with me this day. I make this covenant with those that are not here, meaning those in the future. That means those nations that you say other nations are there, that means that God made that covenant with Israelites and the other nations according to you, present and future. So what other nations are still under that covenant besides Israelites?
Right. So the Israelites are the ones who are born obligated, but the fact that it's opening up the door to people in the future, it's saying people who are not even native Israelites can join in the future. Let me ask you a question. Let's say someone wanted to take the covenant upon themselves. Impossible? Let's say I love the God of Israel. I love the Torah. I want to take this upon myself. Am I not allowed to follow that? Because
you're not, because the Bible, Zephaniah 2:1 says, gather yourselves together, O nation not desired. It does not say gather other nations with you. That's what Zephaniah 2:1 says.
Are you telling me that other nations are not allowed to follow the Torah?
No, not in this current condition, because the children of Israel are not ruling. You yourself believe that your ancestry are not the real Jews. That's what you believe, correct?
No, I didn't say that. I said I'm sure there is some real Israelite lineage for you.
So that state of Israel, you think that's? I'm sorry.
I'm saying we have a preserved identity. Both me and you, we call ourselves Israelites based off of things our fathers told us. I believe that it's entirely possible that your ancestors intermarried with some African nations. My ancestors intermarried with some European or Middle Eastern nations. I don't know. I wasn't there. But the point is that we've both maintained this identity as Israelites, and we both hold ourselves under the covenant and hold ourselves accountable to Yahweh. Yes, we're all sojourners on the earth right now. We're all scattered, and Yahweh's holding us accountable. And if you want to be under this covenant, God is saying that the sojourners are part of the collective, and that even people that were not there that day can enter themselves into this.
No, there's nowhere in the Bible that says that non-Israelites can join this covenant while we don't have charge of the covenant. The state of Israel are those Israelites to you that are in charge and have reestablished the covenant of God?
Have they reestablished the covenant of God?
I'm asking you. Do you?
I don't think they've reestablished the covenant of God. No.
Yeah, I don't even think they're the children of God, because if they was, Tel Aviv wouldn't be like the #1 gay city on the planet, right?
For sure. Yeah.
So, right. So now we have not reestablished the covenant with God. So we're still gathering ourselves in this captivity.
So God's covenant is
only with Israel.
So we're the ones, unless God's covenant is fulfilled with Israel in the land, other people can't read the Torah and follow it and want to be part of that covenant.
That's correct. Because
where did you get that from?
Well, like in Isaiah 60, when we get brought back into the land, then we will bring the forces of the other kings here. That's what Isaiah the 60th chapter tells you. So the first one I had referenced was Zephaniah 2:1. Gather yourselves together, O nation not desired. The Israelites are not desired. So we're the ones that's supposed to gather ourselves together with each other. How can we, as the other nations are trying to destroy us, how can we gather with the people that are trying to destroy us?
Again, I would not gather with people that are immoral. I would gather with people that are God-fearing and want to follow the Torah. That's what
I don't know nobody that's God-fearing that doesn't respect that the God is a God. I won't say God is black or Negro in the sense of an earthly term, but God does have woolly hair though, right?
Woolly hair?
Yeah.
Never seen God's hair.
It's in the Bible. It's in the book of. Oh, I forgot. You only go by 5 books. So you can learn something. Well, you can't learn from me, but you can learn something somewhere else. Tell your rabbis or something. You got a rabbi?
No.
You might want to get one. It's Daniel 7:9. I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, whose garment was white as snow, and hair of his head like the pure wool.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But when y'all think of God, y'all probably think of some white stringy haired dude, probably a rock star.
I don't conceptualize God's image because God says not to limit him to images.
That's not it. I'm not saying what he looks like. I'm just saying it says his head like the pure wool.
Yeah,
I can describe what his hair looked like because I can read it right here.
Okay.
He had a white garment on. I could describe that he had clothes on.
Yeah, again, I don't think we know exactly what that means, considering God tells Moses, you can't see my face and live. Like
it didn't describe his face. It said his hair. You can see his backside and see his hair.
Was that God or Jesus? I thought you told me it was Jesus that was the.
Yeah, Jesus got woolly hair too. Well, if the Father got woolly hair, the Son gonna have woolly hair.
Right. Again, I wouldn't want to go down this rabbit hole with you, but if you're going to talk about hair pure like wool, it could just be referring to the purity of the whiteness, not necessarily.
When it says wool, always remember, man, like we're like Israelites, we're extremely descriptive people. So if we say hair like wool, we say yellow like the sun, we're giving you the color, we're giving you the texture, we're giving you the fire, we're giving you, we call a person a rat. We're calling him a rat because that's the characteristic that he has. So that's why we describe him that way. So for us, and I'll land here, we can go to you can ask the next question or we can go to the next point. For us, the children of Israel are the only ones that's supposed to gather with each other. The Lord has hated us joining with other nations since we came out of Egypt.
Right. So that's, again, where we would disagree. I don't think the Lord hated us joining with other nations, although he pinpointed certain nations that we shouldn't join with. He hated us leaving him and his commandments behind. So long.
That's what I mean.
Well, that's not the same thing.
That is the same thing.
No, it's not, because you can be part of another nation and follow the laws of the Torah, and then you'll be part of the covenant.
We can't be of another nation, period. We're supposed to be of our nation. Like, context is important when you're talking to me because I speak as a free man. So if I say God don't want us joining the other nations, and then you go to, like, for example, I have a business. That's what you see in my background. This is my business in my background. So I work with white people, Africans, Arabs. I work with all of them, but I'm not joined to them. I don't follow what they follow. I don't do what they do. So that's what I'm referring to.
Right. And again, I'm only joined to people that follow the Torah. Although I can coexist with other people, I only am joined with people that follow the laws of the Torah. But that's the standard that the Torah gives. Follow the law. Be part of
the standard the Torah gives is that they're supposed to follow you. They are under you. There's no equality. And if you're not above the people that you're giving the Torah to, you're just a slave.
Right. So the fact that they're above them is due to the fact that they have ancestral ties to the land and they have inherited land. Nowadays, no one even has ancestral land or inherited land. We're basically all sojourners on the earth. So the reality is we should be joined together in God and in the Torah. And if people want to accept the covenant upon themselves and enter into the covenant of Yahweh, the door is open clearly here in Deuteronomy 29.
Even in the land when they was building back Israel, rebuilding the temple, I think it's in Nehemiah or Ezra, did they want the help of non-Israelites?
I don't know. I mean, Solomon took the help of non-Israelites.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. When they rebuilt the temple, I believe it's in Nehemiah or Ezra, did they ask help from
care.
Non-Israelites?
Why does it matter? We're talking about the law. We're not talking about the practices of certain individual people throughout history. We're talking about what is the law. And when we look at the law, there's one law for the native and for the sojourner. So the Torah is the binding law for all of us. The fact that Israel is a dispersed nation. So you say you're an Israelite, I say I'm an Israelite. Ultimately, what determines a person standing before God, especially as an Israelite, is to follow the Torah and to follow all the commandments without adding or subtracting.
See, the difference is, just so you can understand, I'm not taking away from nothing in the Torah, Tanakh, Old Testament, or New Testament. I'm teaching it for what it is. We are above all nations. They are beneath us. They are not equal to us. There's nowhere in the Bible that says that they're equal to us.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that the Israelites No, I said the Israelites are a holy nation and people are allowed to join the covenant and the nation and the congregation of Israel.
But you said they are one with us. When I asked you, are we above them? You didn't want to agree to that at first. So even when I first asked you the question, you didn't want to agree to that.
Well, ultimately, if you believe, which you don't, but if you believe based off of what the Torah actually says, that you're allowed to intermarry with sojourners,
no, you're not.
Well, yeah, again, you haven't demonstrated that from the text.
I did demonstrate it.
I did. You demonstrated it from Deuteronomy 7 that says you cannot intermarry these specific nations.
So I don't agree with the white man's breakdown of Torah as the first 5 books of Moses. I disagree with that totally. For me,
you disagree with when it says that Moses completed writing the Torah, Deuteronomy 31:21.
I disagree that that's the only law. Like in the New Testament, and Christ said, does it not say in your law, ye are gods? He's referencing Psalms, the 82nd chapter, because during their time, they knew that the law wasn't just Genesis to Deuteronomy. So when Nehemiah says that Solomon sinned, when it says that Solomon sinned, even though he slept with nations outside of that, that holds true. So I don't agree with that notion that we can't go to
there
scripture.
Are no commandments. That's not a commandment. It's a historical claim. When you look at
it's understanding, I'm not saying it from a commandment position. I'm saying it from here's what you're saying. You're saying because I show outside of Deuteronomy that it was a sin to marry an Edomite, you don't want to accept it because it's not mentioned in Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter. What I'm showing you is that Nehemiah had a better spirit than you. That's the writer of Solomon of Kings had a better spirit than you. That when they read that verse in Deuteronomy 7th chapter, they knew that what God was actually saying is not to marry outside of your race. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're trying to discredit it because the only comeback you can give is it's not in Genesis to Deuteronomy. That's horrible scholarship.
That's not horrible scholarship. That is what the Torah says. Do not add or subtract to these commandments. And Moses completes it in writing. Again, Deuteronomy 31:24.
So were they wrong when when Solomon and Nehemiah, so when it writes in Kings about Solomon and Nehemiah says it was a sin, was he lying?
So again, first of all, what I pointed out to you in the book of Kings, it says that he married of the nations that God told him not to marry, but it doesn't mean that entire list were people that God told him not to marry.
The whole reason for that is to show you that he married women he was not supposed to, including them. So when Nehemiah said he sinned, was he lying?
I mean, he was not lying about marrying Moabites and Ammonites and all that.
Kings mentions more than that.
Right. Can we get the source of Kings? Do you have it here?
1 Kings 11:1 and verse 2.
1 Kings.
And then the thing about verse 4, it doesn't say which wife turned his heart away.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So he loved foreign women.
Mm-hmm.
Moabites, Edomites. Mm-hmm.
And then verse 8.
So it says, of the nations that Yahweh said to the children of Israel, do not intermarry with them. That doesn't mean that all of those women were.
Can you read verse 8?
Yes. All of his foreign women were.
Yeah. And likewise, he did for all his strange wives.
So do you think that's necessarily true, that all foreign women are going to worship other gods?
Yeah, I think it's natural. Like, I think it's as natural as if a black man marries anybody from another. I'll use East Indian, for example. If a black man marries an East Indian woman, it could be any gender. It's not a gender specific argument. But if a black man marries any woman of another race, the black man can be a Christian. He doesn't have to be an Israelite. He could be a Muslim. When he marries a woman, those are two cultures colliding. And if you fall in love, you're going to blend cultures. It's natural. That's why God said don't do it. So it's not even like, it's not unnatural for you to get with a woman. It could be your own race. And you blend cultures, and you might do some things that you wouldn't have normally done, but for her, I'll do it. I wouldn't normally do this. A woman might say, I wouldn't do this normally, but for him, she'll do it.
Are you breaking God's commandments? Because you're giving practical advice, don't join different cultures.
I'm trying to give you a bigger.
The bigger picture is God's commandments.
Right.
But are they breaking God's commandments?
Yes.
Is your wife breaking God's commandments? That's the question you should be asking.
No. Solomon broke the commandments of marrying strange women and then worshiping and resurrecting idols to those strange women. What I'm trying to help you understand is how simple it is and why God gave us a law for it. Because God knew if the first commandment is to obey God with all thy might, soul, and strength, and have no other gods before him. He knows if you get this vagina from this heathen, that vagina make you do some strange things for it. And so he knows that. So he says, stay away from that. And so that's the point. So in verse 8, it says he did it for all his strange wives. So when Nehemiah said Solomon sinned, when this verse says of the nations which God said, that includes nations that are not in Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter.
What if it was a sojourning woman who was following the Torah?
Well, that's a what if you got to deal with. Because even if it's a sojourning woman, it still doesn't say we can marry a woman from another nation that joined themselves and lived in our land.
It doesn't say that you can't.
Yes, it does. That's what Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter says.
No, Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter says you cannot marry these women from these particular nations.
Let me ask you a question.
Marry any women from other nations.
Yeah, so what you're bringing about is a hypothetical that we can't prove. What I can prove is Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter say don't give your daughters nor take their sons, blah, 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 likewise like that. 1 Kings 11 and verses 1 through 8, Nehemiah, the first chapter, Nehemiah, I think it's like chapter 11, and the book of Tobit 4 and 12 says, beware of all whoredom, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers. So if you want to be a whore, you marry outside of your race.
That's an opinion. It's an opinion.
It's not an opinion. That's what the text say.
No, because the Torah is not making it a matter of race. It's making it a matter of.
It is making it a matter of race. Even when you talk about the nations that you're saying that you're specific to, that's a matter of race. You can't marry that race.
Okay, but it's those particular
nations. This is where we disagree, because then Solomon did not sin by marrying an Edomite.
Okay, but he sinned by marrying a Moabite.
No. I'm saying he did sin. I'm trying to show you.
But it literally says he married of those women from the wrong.
And it says he did for all his strange wives burnt incense and sacrifice unto their gods. That's what it says. It doesn't even say which one of the nations he did it for.
Does that mean that that's necessarily what would happen, though? Is it impossible for a woman to be God-fearing and take on the Torah on herself?
That's like saying, is it possible to not get a bad disease if you eat pork? That's like saying it's impossible to not get a bad disease if you eat shrimp, crab, and lobster. We don't work with what ifs. God said don't do it. You don't do it because he said so. You don't say, well, I'm going to marry this woman and I'm going to obey God to the end.
Well,
you don't do that.
That's the thing. God never says not to intermarry with other nations.
Nehemiah was smarter than you and I. So the writer of Kings was smarter than you and I. And they knew to show Solomon's sin, and they knew to show and call it a sin.
Right. So again, I would completely agree that Solomon sinned by marrying the nations that the Torah says not to marry, and he sinned chiefly by worshiping other gods, right? And that's certainly the sin of Solomon. However, to say that he sinned by marrying,
I'm glad you finally said it's a sin.
The act of marrying a nation that God never said not to marry,
that's the
is
sin.
not a sin if God never specified that nation.
Because you know
that, by the way, since you love the word brother, it says do not abominate an Edomite because he is your brother.
I don't abominate no Edomite.
Right. But he's your brother.
I hate him, though.
Sounds like abominate, but he's your
no,
brother.
It doesn't, because even in Hebrew, the word hate and abhor are two different words.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay.
To abhor an Edomite is to do something to an Edomite because they're an Edomite. But if they do something to me, like Amalek, one of the dukes of Edom, did God tell Saul to go and destroy all of Amalek?
Yes, that was a particular nation.
Right. In Psalms 137, did it say, "O daughter of Edom, who ought to be destroyed"?
Again, not the Torah.
Does it say it?
I'd have to look it up. I'll take your word for it.
So you don't read out past Deuteronomy?
I don't know the whole Bible by heart. Do you?
Yes.
You know the entire Bible by heart?
I'll say it differently. I know the spirit of the entire Bible by heart.
You just quoted me a random psalm. I have to
okay. This psalm is near and dear to my heart, especially when someone says you can't abhor an Edomite. So in Psalms 137, it says, "Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. O daughter of Babylon, who ought to be destroyed. Happy shall he be that rewarded thee as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones." So now you have a verse where it's going to be happy when we could take them Edomite babies and dash their head against the stones. So abhorring an Edomite is if I see a Edomite and I say, "You Edomite," and just punch him in the face. I cannot do that. But if an Edomite does anything to me, I can defend myself. That does not mean let an Edomite whoop your ass. That is not what that means, because I will whoop an Edomite's ass.
Right. So yeah.
Am I right or wrong?
Again, I'm not waiting to bash any baby's head.
I'm not waiting either. It says, "Happy shall he be that taketh." You ain't waiting, you're gonna take it. But that is what the Bible says, right?
Right. Again, like I said, I go with the Torah first and foremost as the law, and the Torah never says to kill Edomite babies.
The Torah says, "Happy shall the Bible." The Torah says, "Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones." This is written by Israelites.
That's the psalm.
It's written by Israelites, though.
Not everything Israelites write is correct.
In the Bible, so you're saying they were wrong to write this?
Well, look, if it's God's will, it's God's will. But it's
thank you. It is God's will, and it's in God's will to enslave the other nations, right?
Enslave?
Yes.
Where does it say to enslave the other nations?
In Isaiah 14 in Isaiah 14, verses 1, Isaiah 14, you tell me if this is captivity or not. This is Isaiah 14, 1 through 1 and 2. "For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob." Oh, see, you got your little strangers. Your little strangers, they're going to be joined. Verse 2. "And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors." Is that captivity for the other nations?
Right. Again, like I really don't appreciate these verses, and that's why.
Let's hold those for open panel fun.
How do you say, like, how I'm reading from the book of Isaiah?
Yeah, I'll tell you how, because I see what the Torah says, and the Torah says if you steal a man and sell him, you're punishable by death.
So are we taking them captive?
I don't believe that Isaiah is the law.
Are Israelites taking them captive? Did this verse just say? And what's crazy is you said Israelites ain't the law, but you just read Isaiah 11 where we're going to be gathered from the four corners. So we can read Isaiah to gather from the four corners. That's Isaiah 11.
I'll stick
Wait,
to
nah. Look. Now you're running from the scriptures. Now.
Well, again, I'll stick to Deuteronomy 30.
That man said, wait, before you don't do that. Don't do that. We can go to Deuteronomy 30 in a minute.
Well,
and
I know
your
that
opening soliloquy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You read Isaiah. This is what you read. You read Isaiah 11.
Mm-hmm.
You
11,
said,
11.
And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again at time to recover the remnant of his people. Is that true? Yes or no?
Well, it says that in Deuteronomy 30. So
No. If it said that in Deuteronomy 30, you would have read it. Don't run from the scriptures you read. You started there. So I'm going to ask you again. Does it say that in Isaiah?
All right. So the reason why I read from Isaiah is because it has that clear statement of the four corners. But Deuteronomy 30 says the same thing, and you're right.
Hey, you ran through Assyria, Egypt, Pathros, Cush, Elam, Shinar. Your opening soliloquy, you was going off. Why are you running from Isaiah now?
Well, here's what I'll tell you. I would definitely probably have been better off reading Deuteronomy 30, where it says God will come.
So are you now rejecting Isaiah 11?
Well, I think Deuteronomy 30 already says that God will gather in.
That ain't answering the question. Are you now rejecting Isaiah 11?
Isaiah 11 is true because it says that in Deuteronomy 30.
So then Isaiah 14 is also true.
Well, no, I was bringing it as an example because I know that you believe in the entire book of Isaiah. So I'm bringing it as an example.
So you don't believe in the entire book of Isaiah?
I don't believe that Israel should enslave other nations. No,
I ain't what I asked you. Do you believe in the entire book of Isaiah?
Well, no, I guess not, because if Isaiah says to enslave other nations,
I done made this man reject the Bible. I done made this.
Well, again, it's not a rejection of the Bible.
It is. You just rejected the book of Isaiah.
To me, the Bible is the Torah. The law is what's written in the 5 books of Moses.
You just rejected Isaiah after reading Isaiah. I ain't never made nobody do. No, I have, but not like this. Not when they started in Isaiah and they opening, and then now because I show a chapter where it says they're gonna take them captives whose captives they were. Now you rejecting Isaiah.
Yeah, it's nothing new. I've already had this opinion. The reason why I brought Isaiah is because you believe in Isaiah, so I'm bringing it as proof for you. And
you didn't know what I believe, man. You didn't know what I believe. You was pulling that verse to show me, hey, guy, we could be Israelites in Europe. We could be Israelites here. We could be Israelites there. Look what it says here. Because Deuteronomy 30, I think it's like Deuteronomy 30 and 5, which of course I agree with, but I agree with all the scriptures. Starting at 3.
4, 3.
Yeah. When it says, then the Lord thy God would turn thy captivity, have compassion on thee, return and gather thee from all nations, which the Lord have scattered thee. If any of thine be driven out to the uttermost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will I fetch thee. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which the fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it and do good. So even if you stick in Deuteronomy, how did we get the land of Israel?
Through conquest.
So you're fine with them killing them?
Yeah, because God said so.
But God also said so in Isaiah, we're going to take them captives who captives we were. God said that too.
It depends if you believe that that's the direct word of God.
Damn, man, you don't even believe that's the direct word of God.
Not necessarily. It would have to be demonstrated.
Oh, God.
But let me ask you a question now.
Okay.
What would you say regarding the fact, why do you believe that European Jews cannot be Israelite descendants? And also, what basis do you have that your lineage has been so perfectly preserved?
The first part of the question. So with the Europeans, their conversion, I think, is in like the 5th century starting. When they converted, Even like the Sephardi's. Now, what I will say about the Sephardic ones, because of migration. So when, like, I know when in your opening soliloquy, I think you made it seem like we think all Israelites migrated into Africa. That's just not what we teach. What we teach is that Israelites migrated everywhere. So some that might be Sephardi could be us, and they could not. When you talk about Amalek or the Ashkenazi, those are converts. That's what we're talking about, like your ancestry. Your ancestry, you come from converts. Them Poland and Russians and Germans, those are all.
How do you know that?
Because that's what they know. That's why they reject the whole concept of how you are a Jew, how you are an Israelite. They don't even go by the Bible. They don't go by the Torah at all.
Middle Eastern Jews have the same laws as the European.
No, they don't. You're a Jew by your mother, according to them, correct?
According to Sephardic Jews as well. It's the same law.
By your mother, right?
Uh-huh.
Where is that in the Torah?
It's not. I disagree with that.
That's what I'm saying. So even by their own way of establishing them being Israelites is impossible. If they go by their mother, then that means that Jewish woman that sleeps with a Chinese man, because that baby comes out of a Jewish vagina, they think it's a Jew, and it's not. That's a Chinese baby.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Isn't that a Chinese baby?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So for all them women that have produced children, they are producing children opposite of Torah. That's why Revelations 2:9 say they are the synagogue of Satan.
Right. Okay. So all of this based off of your assumption that you cannot marry converts.
It's based off of them lying on the Torah. They lie. They lie on the Torah saying you're a Jew by your mother. That is a complete and utter lie. They circumcise their babies opposite of the Torah. That is a complete and utter lie.
Opposite? Or they just add a little gross?
No, opposite. There's nowhere in the Bible that it says, let that rabbi come and nibble on nothing.
Yeah, no, that's disgusting, obviously.
So that is the synagogue of Satan.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Isaiah, bringing up Isaiah again, it says, surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. So what they have done is turned upside down what it means to be a Jew, even using the term Jew. I was on Matan Evans' platform 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. I asked them, where's Reuben at? Where's Simeon at? Where's Ephraim at? They don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
So they're fine with being the imposters. Even the state of Israel was by chance. That's not what they wanted, right? You know that history, right?
Uganda.
No. They actually wanted South America. They looked at South America, they looked at Haiti, and then they looked in Africa. And then they settled on Palestine and divided Palestine in half. Because they wasn't concerned so much with being the chosen people. We're just finding a place where we could kind of take over. So for them, no, they don't follow that. For us, we go by biblical prophecy. Deuteronomy 28:68 as an example. You mentioned Deuteronomy 28 and 64. Other attributes like the description of the Israelites do not match the so-called Jewish man today. So those are things that we look at for somebody like myself. So ours is prophecy. We go by the Spirit. Some oral tradition we go by as well.
But in the same sense that the Sephardic Jews intermingled with the Middle Eastern cultures based off of conversion, the same way that the Ashkenaz Jews intermingled with European culture.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think that your ancestors didn't intermingle with Africans?
Oh, I never said we didn't. That's why I said we go by. Remember the first thing you asked me that we was talking about, I said we go and ask you your ancestry on your fathers. That's the first thing I said. I'll give an example. Like Bob Marley is a white man to us, even though he has black skin because he has a white Irish father.
So you know
Mariah Carey, but then Mariah Carey would be a black woman to us because she has a black father.
Okay, you know for a fact that from you, father to father to father to father goes back to one of the tribes of Israel.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Well, our Bible says strive not after endless genealogy. So we go by oral tradition, us coming off them slave ships. Even when you go look at a map, it'll say land of Judah. When we first came over here, we actually knew we was Israel. One of the reasons they took away our identity was for that reason. So
So only black people that were sold as slaves are Israelites.
No, because no. See, this listening is an art, because you have Israelites that was in Europe, even though some of them was a part of the slave trade too. They're the ones that ended up on the Caribbean islands. But you have Israelites that are in Europe, Israelites that are in Australia. You got Israelites all over. So we don't say that Israelites only come from Africa. You was asking about, I was assuming you was asking about those of us in America. Even the transatlantic slave trade itself started from America to Spain, because
so Israelites are people who have heard from their father to their father to their father that they came from the 12 tribes of Israel.
Yeah, and one other thing I wanted to add, like the natives of America, they knew they were Israelites before they were conquered. You can get a good book called Lost Tribes in Promised Land, where they spoke Hebrew. They knew what tribes they was from. They knew that they was from the tribe of Reuben, and Ephraim and Manasseh was on an island nearby. You can find this information in history.
The Native Americans were Israelites?
Yes.
How did they get there?
In 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter, you mentioned 1 Kings when they was taken into Assyrian captivity. In 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter, they said that they would go to a land where man did not dwell, and that land was called Arsareth. So they were here thousands of years before Columbus got here.
How do you know how they got here?
Yeah, the Lord. Let me read it for you. The Lord helped them travel over here. Hold on.
By ship or through the land bridge?
By ship. Yeah, by ship. I don't have the book in my presence. The Bering Strait myth, we got rid of that a long time ago, because I know they like to say that they came over that way, but we got rid of that a long time ago.
So when you were a little boy, your dad sat you down on his lap and said, little captain, you're an Israelite, and I'm an Israelite, and my father's an Israelite, and we've all been Israelites since the 12 tribes. Is that what happened?
In Isaiah, the 56th chapter, I know you don't like Isaiah, but Isaiah is such a good scripture. In Isaiah, the 56th chapter and verse 3, it says, neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself to the Lord speak, saying, the Lord hath utterly separated me from his people. So there was a time. And then another verse I quote before I answer. This is Romans, the 9th chapter. Woo! Oh, I love this Bible. I love knowing and reading the whole Bible. That way I ain't held to the first 5 books. This is Romans 9. This is Romans 9:24. Even us whom we have called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles. As he also saith in Hosea, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and they'll be loved, which was not beloved. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, ye are not my people, there you shall be called the children of the living God. So my father did not sit me on his lap, as you said. That's a little pause worthy. I know that's your Jewish background. That's why you say that. We don't sit on, I don't know sons that sit on daddy's laps like that. But my father did not say he was a Jew or an Israelite, but my father did give me a good understanding of the Bible. It wasn't until I met Commanding General Yohana and the men of the ISUBK, the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge, that they was able to give me the spirit of the Lord and my identity of who I am. Because the one thing about black people, we don't know who we are. That's why we'll identify ourselves by our religion or our belief instead of actually having an ethnicity. So
you were told by your general that you're an Israelite?
Yeah, not just told, shown. So I always knew that I came, I was a descendant of slaves. I knew I came off the slave ships, knew I came from west coast of Africa, but I didn't know who I was before I got here. Like, what was I before? When I was on the west coast of Africa, what was I? And so they was able to show us that history of us being Israelites, of Africans. Like, most people look at the slavery as like just grabbing random people, but it was extremely tribal. They knew who we were. We knew who they were. When the European, who did not come on African soil, he worked with the Africans. They caught us and sold us. That's why when you look at the names of slaves, you'll see that they have the Israelite names coming off of the slave ships. So
but how do you know that at no point your Israelite father married a non-Israelite woman, or that your Israelite mother married a non-Israelite man? Like,
I wasn't arguing. Like, I agreed with you that we marry outside of Israel, like when we migrated. So that's not my argument, but a seed doesn't die. If an Israelite woman marries a non-Israelite man, that child is not an Israelite. I don't come from that stock.
How do you know?
Well, I was able to trace my lineage back as far as I could but our book says don't strive after endless genealogy. So there came a certain generation. I couldn't go past that. So I just know by tracing that and the Spirit of the Lord. That's why I don't reject Isaiah like you do.
Okay. Well, first of all, I didn't reject.
You
Isaiah,
did. You said you did. You on record. You on record saying I reject it. I guess I reject it because I don't believe it because you don't want the other nations to go in captivity. That's what you said.
Yeah, I said I reject that Isaiah is the law, and to quote.
No, you ain't say law. Nope, you don't do that. You know, the tape is out already. You already said it's already recorded.
No worries.
I've made so many clips out of you, man.
Thank you. And I've said that many times that I don't believe that the rest of the Old Testament is authoritative law. However,
authoritative law and authoritative are two different things.
Excuse me. According to Deuteronomy 18:22, it says if you want to know if a prophecy is true, see if it comes true. So I guess we'll see if it's true that at the end of days, God wants the Israelites to bash Edomites' babies' heads into the rocks, even though we don't even know who Edomites are. So that's an entirely different point. But I'd like to kind of get caught on this right now, because what about me? I come to your organization and I say, I'm an Israelite. My father is an Israelite. His father's an Israelite. All of us.
Where do you live at? What city? I don't want your address, just the city.
Right now, I live in California.
Man, go to one of our schools in California and find out.
So how do you find out? You trace genealogy?
I just told you how to do it. Go to one of our schools and find out. Go over there and say, hey, man, I think I'm an Israelite. See what happened.
So
listen, I'll tell you a funny story, man. This African, I'll tell you a funny story. This African came to our school. I said, I don't think he one of us. Somebody said, man, let him in. We'll find out. I threw him down the stairs like an hour later.
Okay.
I'm not saying we're gonna do that to you. It's just a funny story. I just like telling the story.
Yeah, again, but you're not actually providing a method in which you determine.
I'm telling you the method. Come to class and find out.
That sounds more like, oh, come to the secret class and find out. Tell me.
It's not a secret class. It's public. It's open to the public. We got classes Monday through Friday, 7 to 9 p.m.
It's how convenient is it when you just gave an entire soliloquy, to quote you, about how terrible and disgusting all other nations who aren't Israelites are, yet you yourself admitted that you don't have certainty of your genealogy.
I didn't admit that. That's how you interpreted what I said.
Our tradition says not to pursue too much.
Not to strive after endless genealogy.
Not to strive after.
But I know that I'm an Israelite, though.
How do you know? If you don't
because
have
I just told you from biblical prophecy, when it says you shall go into Egypt again with ships, none of your people who went in captivity on ships and have not been redeemed yet.
I mean, you have Jeremiah 42:44
who have not been redeemed yet. I'm talking about now.
What do you mean by redeemed?
That's what when it says no man shall buy you, that's redeemed.
Right.
Who's been redeemed? What Israelite? Who went into cargo slave ships and been redeemed?
What do you mean by redeemed?
Jesus Christ, bro! It said we ain't gonna see our homeland again. Your ancestors, they living in Israel right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why ain't they got all of Israel? Because that's not even all of Israel. That's just half of Palestine. Why y'all don't have all of Israel?
Because
you're not the people. Because they're not the people.
Okay. Or they're not following God's commandments. That's another.
They're not the people.
Or they're not following the Torah.
They're not the people.
How do you know that?
Because they're not. Listen, I remember when Helen Thomas said they should go back home, and they was like, "What do you mean?" He said, "Because they're from Poland, Russia. They fired her from the White House. She had worked there since like 50s. They fired her that day.
Mm-hmm.
She got fired because everybody know. Arthur Koestler wrote a book called The 13th Tribe. Are you aware of that?
No.
So Arthur Koestler wrote a book called The 13th Tribe in the 70s, and he's a so-called Jew. And he said, if they are the Jews, then there's 13 tribes, not 12, because they have no connection to the ethnic children of Israel.
Was that based off of DNA or what?
It's based off of them knowing their history. Another good book, Chosen People of the Caucasus, where they also know that they're not Israelite. They're Caucasoids. Like their tribe is Amalek. Like you are from the chief tribe of Esau. That's why Elon Musk call y'all peak white. You're a peak white.
Okay. Again, I don't associate with any of these labels, and I think it's all terrible. In fact, like I told you, I think what matters most is following God's commandments. Now, the reality is, if European Israelites claim that they come from the Israelites in the 12 tribes, and they have genealogies to trace that.
They don't.
Of course, they don't strive after genealogy too much.
They
and
don't.
At some point, the genealogy breaks off, as it did with you, right? But the reality is, we're dealing with questionable lineages all around. So when we're dealing with a bunch of people who have questionable lineages, don't you think we should focus less on lineage and more on God's commandments, which is actually accessible to us right now?
Well, that's why, if you notice, I'm talking about your ancestors and how they don't keep Torah.
Yeah, and I reject that. I follow Leviticus 26 that says, "Admit your sins and the sins of your fathers." I think my fathers have sinned by rejecting Torah.
Have you debated them and tell them to get their shit together?
Absolutely, that's what my whole channel is dedicated to.
Oh, that's a good thing. I like seeing white on white crime. That's beautiful.
Well, it's got to be done. I think we.
I like when I get Sarah like. I like when I get Sarah like that.
Right. I think we should all focus on calling each other out for what we're doing wrong. And frankly, you just calling out fake lineages is not going to change anything. You yourself.
I have not done that. I have not just done that.
You yourself, first of all, you created a false paradigm in which the Torah places blood above all, and then you claim to have that holy, perfect blood, but then you proceeded to not.
How did I create a false paradigm?
Well, we argued that for the first hour or so.
How was what I said false though?
Well, because as I demonstrated to you from the Torah clearly opens the door to non-native Israelites.
No. Say what you said again. I created a false paradigm of what?
A false paradigm that the only people that can be part of the covenant of Israel are people that are ethnic Israelites, blood descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
That's a fact. And what you could not demonstrate is give me the nation that was a part of that covenant in Deuteronomy, the 29th chapter. You could not name that nation.
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant because if the Bible says you have to keep the commandments, but you don't even know what nation it is to hold them accountable to keep the commandments. And nowhere through the Torah, nowhere through the Tanakh, nowhere through the New Testament do we see nations outside of Israel getting punished for not keeping God's commandments. But we can see the children of Israel losing wars because they stole something. We can see Moses couldn't even make it into the kingdom because he struck a rock the wrong way. But we cannot see nations that was a part of this covenant that you can't even name being held accountable, because Psalms 147 says he dealt not with any other nation. As for his judgments, they have not known them. In context of the law, you're incorrect.
Right. It wasn't other nations. It was individuals from other nations who were joined into the nation of Israel.
So is it individuals or is it nations?
It was clearly individuals. Weren't entire nations part of Israel in the
desert.
So
what individual nation? What nation were these individuals from?
As I said, it's irrelevant. The point is irrelevant. That they're not. Yes, the point is that they're not.
So an Israelite has to keep it no matter what, but a stranger is optional for the stranger.
Well, those strangers were initiated into the covenant and became assimilated.
No non-Israelite was. The very first verse says he's talking to the children of Israel.
Right, and then it includes children, women, and strangers.
No. What I mean by that is in Deuteronomy 29:1, it says, "These are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel." So he's not making a covenant with anybody but Israel. That's what the first verse says. And this says Moses called unto all Israel. Doesn't say he called unto everybody.
Yet it includes the sojourners in the collective of the Israelites being entered into the covenant.
Got you, but it's not. So now the truth of that verse is it's a class system. That's why it breaks down captains, elders, officers, men, little ones, wives. We can be strangers. You didn't even know that in the Torah. You say you read that we were strangers.
Yeah,
God called us. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
You knew that verse.
No, you did not. You're lying now.
I'm not lying.
Because when I first read that verse, you said, "Oh, you showed me something there." That's what you said.
No, I said thank you for bringing up that verse. It didn't.
No. You did not know.
Dude,
I asked
I don't know what
you
you're
because
talking.
here's what I
read
said.
the
I
entire
asked you. I said, did God call the children of Israel strangers? I don't know. You gotta show me. I said, oh, let me go to it.
Okay, so I will repeat. I've read the entire Torah cover to cover in its original Hebrew.
You ain't memorize it though.
No, I don't remember every word in the Torah.
Thank you. And so
I
and you didn't know that.
that.
So if God calls us strangers in Leviticus, that's a class. Because we're not strangers. When it's calling us strangers, anytime when you see the word stranger, it could be an Israelite or non-Israelite based on the context. So when it's saying stranger, when you're outside of Israel or when you're broken apart from the covenant with God, that's how you're a stranger. So it's a class system. It's not talking about a non-Israelite because it says he don't make this covenant with them here. It also makes it with them in the future.
Right.
So
non-Israelites in the future.
Where does he govern non-Israelites? Because we can read where he governs us. Where does he govern non-Israelites in the future to keep his law, statutes, and commandments?
They are not obligated in the same way Israelites are, but
because they didn't make a covenant. Thank you.
Right, but they have the option to join the covenant.
Thank you. Do we have an option? Do we have an option?
No, we're born.
Why don't we have an option?
Because that's God's will.
No, because God made the covenant with us. If I sign a contract with Sarah and it's optional to you, if Sarah says you got to show up every live stream Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, but you, Israel, if you want to show up, it's cool. You ain't got to show up on time. You didn't make that contract with Sarah. I did. So whether you choose to show up or not is irrelevant. If I don't show up, Sarah can say, you're in breach of contract. This is what I can do to you because you're in breach of contract. If you choose not to show up, you're not held to anything because you didn't sign nothing. So you cannot say that they made a covenant that is the same that they can when they did not go into any verbal or written contract with God. Period.
Well, they did. The strangers. By the way, first of all, the verse you brought from Leviticus is referring to we are all strangers. We are all strangers and sojourners in relationship to God. God is saying the land is mine and you are all strangers with me. So that's an entirely different point. Every other time that a stranger is referred to in the context of the nation, it's referring to a non-native Israelite. It's referring
Leviticus 25 and 35 was calling an Israelite a stranger and sojourner.
Yes, in relationship to God, because
no. Read
it again.
Not
in relationship to
no. In Leviticus 25, not the one you just quoted with God. I'm talking about when it called Israel a stranger, sojourner. If your brother fall in decay with thee, if thy brother be waxing poor and fallen in decay with thee, then thou shalt relieve him, though he be a stranger or sojourner, that he may live with thee. That's a brother, an Israelite, being called a stranger. Even in Exodus, the 12th chapter, there's a stranger that's an Israelite. There's a stranger that's not an Israelite. In the book of Psalms, David said he was a stranger to his Israelite brothers. So being called a stranger has nothing to do with a solid position. It's subjective based on the context. So if David is a stranger to his Israelite brothers, he's still calling himself a stranger. This verse in the law says if your brother is a stranger or sojourner, relieve him. So you cannot make the stranger.
Relieve him as you would a stranger and sojourner.
If stranger sojourner can be interchangeable, and Deuteronomy the 29th chapter is about the covenant that the children of Israel was making with God, that stranger in Deuteronomy 29 cannot be non-Israelites because you can't demonstrate that in real time. In no time. You can't demonstrate non-Israelites taking hold of the covenant, leaving the covenant, and inflicting or getting some type of punishment generationally. But the Israelites do. Whether we're in the land, would you agree that even though we're not in Israel, we're still under those punishments or blessings based on our obedience to God?
Yes.
And are other nations under that same punishment?
No.
Shalom. And then the other part, when you said it's not about race, Deuteronomy 7 and 6, did God say he put Israel above all people?
Yes.
So isn't it important to know who the Israelite is for that rank structure?
Mm-hmm.
So why did you say I was wrong to make it about blood? If it's by blood, if it's by tribe to control the hierarchy, is that not important to God?
Two things. You're ignoring the fact that there's one Torah for the native and the sojourner. You yourself pointed out in Deuteronomy 29 how it says in verse 10, in verse 9 it concludes as saying these are all the men of Israel, and then it goes on saying women, children, and sojourners. So clearly the sojourners are not included in that collective of every man of Israel. They're separate from every man of Israel. They're not Israelites who are sojourning among Israelites, and they're entering into the covenant. So that's abundantly clear. And ultimately, the main point that I wanted to make to you is the same way your lineage is uncertain, my lineage is uncertain. And you yourself admitted that your lineage is uncertain. So now that we're a bunch of sojourners and strangers across the earth, all peoples having been persecuted and gone through many series of curses, who are you to say that only you and the people that your institution approves as being bloodline Israelites are the ones who get to call themselves Israelites and follow the Torah, when the reality is anyone who wants to join themselves to become part of the covenant of Yahweh and follow the laws of the Torah, there is one law for the native and the sojourner. And frankly, I think we're all sojourners.
You didn't answer the other question.
Which one?
When you said it's not about bloodline, it's not about race, and I asked you why are you saying that it's not, when the only way to set the hierarchy structure is to identify the Israelites? So how is it not about race or ethnicity or tribe? How is it not?
Well, again, that is a factor, but it is not the totality, and it doesn't ultimately determine who gets to be.
No, you can't.
It doesn't determine.
You told me I was wrong for making.
Hold on, you wanted him to respond.
Yeah, I said you were wrong for saying that bloodline determines who gets to be part of the people. That's what I was saying, and I'm saying that bloodline is not the only determining factor. Even people who are not bloodline get to be part of the people and part of the covenant, and B, no one knows what their bloodline is, including you, as you yourself admitted.
I didn't ask you that. Again, I didn't ask you that. Listening is an art, completely an art. You said that I was wrong for making it about bloodline.
Yes.
But then you agreed that Israel is above all nations. So yes, how can you tell me that I'm wrong for making it about being an Israelite? I didn't even say who was an Israelite.
Let me ask you a question. Why is Israel above other nations beyond the blood question? I'm not denying that blood matters. I'm just saying
you said I was wrong for making it about that.
I said you're wrong for saying that is what defines.
That is what defines it, because that's what the Bible says. God said that thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God have chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Is that not race? You might not. Is that not tribalism?
Yes, but someone who's part
so
of
was
Israel,
I wrong for saying that?
You gotta let him respond.
Leviticus 19.
Now, he interrupted me a second ago. You didn't say nothing. But go ahead.
Sorry, just last point. Leviticus 19 says, be a holy nation for me as I am holy, and then proceeds to list acts of holiness that you can do in order to be a holy nation to Yahweh. I'm saying that sojourners who are part of the covenant of Israel are under that holiness that you're describing. The holiness that you're describing that's exclusive to Israelites is not only bloodline Israelites, but also people that practice the law and the commandment that God instructed the Israelites.
No, that again, I just wanted to be on record. You're wrong for saying I was wrong about tribalism when you just agreed with it, which was my point. Here's what you're so fixated on. You're so fixated on trying to join other nations that you can't let God live by saying Israelites are above them all, even the ones that convert. In the land, if we're in the land and non-Israelites come into the land, they're still not better than the Israelites. The Israelites are still above them, because that's what God said right here. Correct or incorrect?
To some very small degrees, because the God says there's one Torah, one law for the native and the sojourner. It's more of a practical matter. Man. Sojourners who are new to the people, new to the land, have less ancestral heritage. They don't have land. They don't have a support system. And in fact, the Torah instructs us to be additionally kind to them and support them. So that's actually the status that a sojourner occupies is someone who is not fully initiated into the people. Yet, one important thing here is you're ruling out marrying sojourners. If you are dealing with sojourners and you're marrying them, eventually your pure, precious bloodline is going to die out. So you're saying I'm trying to fight God here, but I'm saying God actually opens the door for other people to join our nation and doesn't prohibit us from marrying them, in which case the bloodline will actually die out. According to that. So you're saying that God doesn't know what he's doing?
Yeah, we call this spinning where I'm from. I don't know if you know what that means.
I'll explain it to you in simpler terms. God ordained.
Hold on, Israel. He was finishing his thing.
Thank you. Now, for the record, I don't mind being interrupted, just for the record. But when it's a stickler, then I point it out. You're doing what we call spinning. Spinning is when someone hears the question, but they can't answer the question, so they go away from the question. Above is just what that means. Above. Right now, we're above Sarah. Sarah is below us because the two of us are on the top. She's on the bottom. We're not down there with her. We have to look down. Like if we was in looking at her, I have to look down like that to see her because we are above. God said he put Israel above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Even in Deuteronomy 28:1, when you read Deuteronomy 28:1, it says, it shall come to pass if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God to do and observe all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high. So it's not this little small margin that you trying to make. The argument that you trying to spin to is saying, well, we're going to intermix and have sex with all these non-Israelites, so it's going to get watered down anyway. That's what's called spinning, because this said if we kept the commandments, we would be above on high upon all nations.
Exactly. You proved my point. Picking the commandments and choosing to follow God is what makes you on high and above. Not having your pure little bloodline. It's about following God's commandments.
Little. Damn. This is how I know you ain't an Israelite. You definitely not an Israelite. He called it little. You called the tribe your little bloodline. He said the little bloodline. The Lord said he ain't set his love upon you nor choose you because you were more in number, because you were the fewest people, but because the Lord loved you and kept his oath. I think the Lord loving us, keeping that oath, I would never call it a little bloodline. But when you love other nations and you're not the true children of God, you will call it a little bloodline, because in reality, for you, whether you're an Israelite or not is irrelevant. You still think if I just keep Torah, God will love me. So what matters if I'm an Israelite or not? What matters is who I marry, who I don't marry. Correct?
Well, it matters. It matters that I keep the commandments.
I just said it doesn't matter who I marry or who I don't marry.
As long as she's
it don't. I'm saying that because how you not no context? I'm saying that because what I think of Deuteronomy 7 and what you think of Deuteronomy 7 is different. So you believe you can marry an Edomite, XYZ like that. I don't. So you would marry that Edomite. It don't matter. Whether you're an Israelite or not, don't even matter, right?
Just a heads up, you have less than 10 minutes left, so I want to make sure you're able to tie your final kind of arguments into a bow before we move into closing statements.
Of course. Yeah. I didn't say it doesn't matter. What I said is what matters above all is being God-fearing. Even King Solomon says that at the end of Proverbs. What matters most is a God-fearing woman. If you find a God-fearing woman, no matter what nation she's from, unless she's from the nations that God explicitly prohibited you from marrying, then yes, you are allowed to marry that woman. And when you have intermarriage going on, the bloodline is going to
Are you still with us, Captain? Okay. Yeah, we
Yeah.
got you now. You're back in. Oh.
Last thing you said was I quoted Proverbs.
That's fine, Captain. That's fine. All right. Israel.
It says, I hold the Bible to the Torah. That is intrinsic as a standard in the Torah and the Bible itself, saying this is the foundational literature. These are the commandments you must follow. Do not add or subtract. Nowhere in the Torah does it say to smash Edomite babies' heads on rocks. Therefore, I'm not going to await the day where I get to do that. Again, to quote Deuteronomy 18:22, if a prophecy is true, it will come true. Approved by the Torah's the Torah's vision for humanity. The Torah encourages peace and unity among people and observance of God's commandments as first and foremost of what it means to be part of the covenant and the congregation of Yahweh.
Beautiful. Thank you. And kind reminder to the audience. Number one, if you haven't gone to go check out both of these gentlemen, like, subscribe, and all of that fun stuff, at the very least, go send them a few bucks. They've worked very hard for your entertainment this evening. Number two, if you'd like to join the open panel Q&A, they are starting to pile in backstage. If you're on the vertical, it doesn't
It's a matter of additional responsibility. And yes, the promise is conditional. It comes with additional blessings and additional curses. And so again, it comes back to obedience to God. And for people that think they are Israelites or want to be Israelites, first things first, follow the Torah.
Okay. Captain, are you back with us, sir? Yes, I can hear you perfect. All right. And let's see. Oh, did you want to add something to that? I didn't know if you heard it or not. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's either way. If you have something to add, that's great. If not, no worries. We'll move on to the next one. But yeah. Sure. Go ahead. Okay. Fair enough. And Ben says, being chosen to be priest does not place us above others. It is to reflect God's greatness to the nations. A lot of curses for failing. So it is conditional at best. If either one of you have something to add, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's the similar point, which is that, God does not just put us above others without any conditions. There are conditions to us being blessed, and if we don't fulfill God's will, we are cursed. And that is certainly a heavy responsibility. And again, what are our responsibilities to God? Follow the commandments.
Yeah.
All right. And to you, Captain?
Thank you. I think being chosen to be a priest does place you above others, but that's not what it says. It doesn't say if you're a priest, you're above. It says if you keep the commandments, you're above. And this is what I hate about when people try to play with the Bible. God chose a people to be above because God had a favorite. And he says, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. Israel is the youngest nation born in the Bible, Genesis 25 and 23. And they still is called the firstborn, meaning we get the best. So you don't get the best because you're a priest. Deuteronomy 7 doesn't say you're above all people because I'm making you priests. It says you're above all people because of Abraham. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob makes us above all nations. Get over it. Alan.
Okay. Cadmus says it wasn't about race. Abraham was Iraqi. And he also follows up to say it's wild work to use K. James as
He's saying King James. The K is for King James.
Oh, thank you. My brain stopped. It's wild work to use King James as an Israelite.
I have a book here. Actually, wasn't planning on using this book, but if I don't want to turn my camera on. Wait, wait. Let me see. All right. So on here, right here, you'll see this book I have called The Negro Question, Volume 1. You'll see the real image of King James. A lot of people think King James is a so-called white man. He is not. This goes back to when I was telling you earlier that Israelites went into Europe as well because Israelites ruled Europe. Even King James' seat was patterned after King David's seat. So King James didn't write the Bible. That's another misnomer. King James just authorized the top Hebrew and Greek scholars to translate the records into English. That's all he did.
All right. BC says with the Big Ten, I had a revelation. Ooh, if you take the O out of God, Son, Son of God, God, beloved Son, and replace it with a U, then the picture changes and you see God, firstborn, God, Son, Son of God, God, beloved Son.
My boy must be pretty high.
Is
he implying that? Is he implying that the Son, like S-U-N, is God? I'm confused.
I guess we can just rearrange letters as we deem we want to, as much as we want to.
Yes, we can substitute the O with the U, and then it would be.
Yeah, I don't get high. Yeah, I don't get high, so I don't know what to say to that one. I don't get high. So
I don't either. William says, excuse me, with the Big Ten captain is smoking this Zionist. I thought you weren't a Zionist, though.
Yeah, I should defend. I am not a Zionist.
You come
In
from
fact,
him, though. You descend from him. That's probably why they say it.
I guess I'm bound by my dirty Jewish blood, but the reality is I do not buy
You said
into,
it's dirty.
I do not buy into the Zionist worldview. I don't buy into any form of supremacy that deteriorates other people, or like I mentioned, how the Zionists made the Ethiopians convert to rabbinic Judaism because they didn't trust their claim that they were Jews, but they trusted, say, the Ashkenazi claim. Again, I don't follow that. And again, the Zionists are not religious. They don't follow the Torah. And the key point to being an Israelite is to follow the Torah. If you're not following the Torah, you have no ability to proclaim any benefit from being an Israelite. You just have curses.
I would disagree with that, because being an Israelite is how you repent. Like the Bible in Chronicles says, you repent in the captivity. Who has to repent? The Israelites. So even though the Israelite is sinning, which is why we got cast off, the repentance is how you come back. So I'm
saying if they don't repent, then they're just dealing with curses. But I agree. Repentance is a great.
But what I mean though is the repent belongs to an ethnic Israelite. The Israelite is the one that has to repent. If he repents, then he gets access to the covenants and stuff like that. So being an Israelite does matter ethnically. Yeah.
Okay. I'll take you at your word on that one. Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Shabbat. I was like, wait, where am I putting the T at? I really would 100% need to wear glasses when I do this, but I don't, because it'll just reflect lights everywhere. But yeah, I am like so stupid sometimes without glasses. A Jewish man doing the Christian shuffle was not on my debate bingo card. Isaiah was good when it fit his narrative, but not when it didn't. Shots fired at you.
Right. So I guess that's a Christian thing to do. I'm not a Christian. But yeah, again, like I said, I brought it as proof, particularly because I know that the captain here believes in the entire Bible, as he said, from Genesis to Revelation. So I was bringing it as a proof to him because that would be relevant to his point of view, that the Israelites were scattered across all four corners of the earth. But as I have said many times publicly on my own channel, so it's not like a gotcha moment, that I only view the 5 books of Moses as authoritative law. And so if you were going to have to bring me an authoritative source, ultimately it would be the Torah. And like I said, Deuteronomy 30 explicitly talks about God gathering in the dispersed Israelites from across the earth.
Yeah, I'm used to the Christian. Yeah, I'm used to the Christians, and even him. He's not a Christian, but even as a so-called Jew, I'm used to them all doing shuffles.
Sounds good. Tom Carpenter says, push that goal. Push it real good. Yes, hit that goal, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you would like your gauntlet. And then, of course, if you know this platform, you know dad jokes are my most favorite here. And so Tom Carpenter understands the assignment. He says, a priest and a rabbi walk into a bar. The bartender looks up and sighs. What is this? Some kind of joke? And then he follows up with oh my God, my cursor keeps going stupid. Then he follows up with another one, says a priest and a rabbi decided to open a business together. It's incredibly successful. They really know how to turn a profit. Tom says Moses was, see, right? It makes you tickle a little. Moses was the most prolific lawbreaker in the Bible. He managed to break all 10 commandments at the exact same time. What did Adam say to Eve on the night before December 25th? It's Christmas, Eve. Why was Adam and Eve's marriage so peaceful? There was no mother-in-law. Ooh, shots fired to all of you MILs. All right. Persuade to Pauline, exegesis. Thank you. The ontological authenticity of
covenantal identity. Yeah. Pursuant to Pauline exegesis, the ontological authenticity of covenantal identity is localized within the endogenous parameters of spiritual interiority, decoupled from exogenous semantological manifestations of superficials. God damn.
That's called spinning, if I've ever seen spinning. I don't think he said anything, to be honest, but maybe something's in there.
I just think he threw a whole bunch of words in there.
Something about Pauline exegesis, covenantal identity. Okay, well, I think he's referencing the fact that Paul viewed the covenant outside of superficial bloodlines. Maybe that's what he's trying to argue for. If I understand what he's saying.
I don't
see. Tom likes to do this to me, and he likes to put all of these big words in one big paragraph, and then I get completely lost in it, and then I'm reliant upon you to layman's terms it to me. So
when it says pursuant to Pauline exegesis, the ontological authenticity of covenantal identity is localized within the, I'm gonna say, parameters of spiritual interiority. What I believe he might be saying is that Paul is making it spiritual Israelite. I think that's what he might be saying.
Endogenous means it originates or grows from. So it's saying it's produced from spiritual interiority, like what's going on inside of you, not superficial.
But that's a lie, because Paul said, who are Israelites who pertain the adoption, the glory, the services of God and the promises. So Paul is all about ethnicity. He said, if God cast away his people, God forbid, for I also am an Israelite of the tribe of Benjamin. So I would disagree with Carpenter Tom.
Right. Yet he did make an effort to reach out to the Gentiles.
No, he did not.
Spread the word.
He said, if you're not the children of the promise, you are not the children of God. That's what he said.
Did he not say he was sent to the Gentiles and spent
Gentile just mean Gentile in the Greek is Gentile in the Greek is just ethnos, which means nation, and that's what Israel is an ethnos or a nation. That's why I'll repeat, Paul said, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed. And the only children of the promise, in Paul's own words, are Israelites.
So you're saying Paul was out there looking for the dispersed Israelites? Is that how you say
it? Paul is the one, when I read earlier, when he said, where it was said, ye are not the children of God, there you shall be called the children of God, quoting Hosea. So Paul did not go to non-Israelites. He said, Romans 11:26, he says, and so all Israel shall be saved, as it is written, and proceeds to quote your favorite book, Isaiah. Oh, it's no longer your favorite book. I forgot.
You're gonna throw that one every time. It wasn't really what he said, though. It was like in the wheelhouse, but it wasn't exactly what he said. He did throw it out, but he threw it out in such a way where he could. He threw it out in such a way where he could twist it back the other way.
Right.
All right. Last one says, tell Israel to read Deuteronomy 37 and Deuteronomy 28:48. All right, and I'll leave that to you. Gentlemen, are you ready to meet your panel? I've got a bunch of amazing people hanging out backstage.
I'm just going to restart this router. Apparently, my FiOS went out. I'm going to see if restarting my router fixes it. But I'm still here, though.
All right, here comes your panel then.
All right, bring him up.
All right, let me switcheroo over here. Okay, welcome back, Evan. I've missed your darling little face, and I do have one more backstage that maybe they'll make their way up here, if maybe not. Julia, welcome. Adam Scott, welcome. Looks like some new faces. Caledonian, welcome back. And of course, Mr. Shaman Omar, who connected me to both Israel and Captain, and it's great to see them both here. Now, what I will do is I will ask everyone else on the screen to mute themselves. And number one, whoever's typing, stop. But everyone else mute themselves. We do go one at a time, round robin style for this this portion of the Q&A. It will be respectful. It will be cordial. You will be nice because I told you to. If you're an asshole, I'll just boot you and let somebody else up. All right. Clay, what better person to start us off than Clay and show everyone how it's done. Go ahead, sir.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Tomato, for having this wonderful debate. Thank you, Israel. Thank you, Captain. I look forward to your answers. I wanted to start off more specifically, and I'm not trying to take a stab here, but I wanted to talk to Captain for a second, specifically about the debate itself. I think you guys did a really good job, but I found it very distracting, kind of in the meta when you play the background sounds, and just kind of wanted to mention that. But more specifically, I'm going to get right to the question. John 10:16. I know you tend to quote the Greek scriptures a lot in the letters and things like that. I feel like if you're claiming to be Israel, of the nation of Israel, a Jew, it doesn't do you justice. But I was kind of curious if you understood specifically what Jesus was saying when he said that he had sheep that were not of that fold.
Yeah, I understand perfectly. So in John 10:16, which I'll read, and I think I only read, listening is an art, I only read like one Greek scripture. That was Romans, the 9th chapter. Other than that, I stayed in the Old Testament. But John 10:16 says, "And other sheep I have which are not of this fold, them also must I bring, and they shall hear my voice, and there shall be one fold and one shepherd." So it's if I'm to understand what you believe, that is the other fold or other sheep will be other people outside of Israel, correct?
That would be my understanding, especially on the final chapters in Matthew when he told his disciples to go preaching and teaching to all of the nations.
This is Jeremiah 23:1. This is where I want to go. Let me make sure this is it. Hold on.
While you're looking at that, I just want to say that I really, really love that you go to the scriptures. You both go to the scriptures. I want to give a big shout out to that. That is amazing. Thank you for that.
All right.
Really.
This is Jeremiah 23:1. I'm going to read 1 to verses 1 through 3. Woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, saith the Lord. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God of Israel against the pastors that feed my people, ye have scattered my flock and driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doing, saith the Lord. And I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all the countries whither I have driven them, and will bring them again unto their folds, Folds, and they shall be fruitful and increase. So in John the 10th chapter, when Christ says, other sheep I have which are not of this fold, the 12 tribes were not all in Jerusalem as all 12 tribes. You had some, but they were not all there. So when he says other sheep I have which are not of this fold, he's referencing the Israelites that are scattered, because Christ said, I'm not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So Jeremiah talked about those folds coming back, and so did Christ talk about those folds coming back.
Excellent. Perfect. So then what specifically does he mean when he tells his disciples to go preaching and teaching to all of the nations?
In Matthew's 10th chapter, before we do Matthew's 28, I believe that's what you're referencing, right? Matthew's 28.
Sure.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
So Matthew's 28 and Matthew's 10 are saying the same thing. So Same chapter, Christ says, "Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and any city of Samaria enter ye not." When he says go not into the way, he's talking about their lifestyle, because he's about to send them there. It says, "But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." The lost sheep is scattered everywhere. That's his order. They're scattered into all nations. So in Matthew 28, he's saying the same exact thing. Go therefore and teach all nations. Why? Because Israel is in all nations. If I was to go further, you'll see the prophecies in Genesis where they would become a multitude of nations, a company of nations. Sarah, nations came from Sarah, even though she only had one son. Ephraim became a multitude of nations, even though he's only one tribe. So when Christ is saying in Matthew 28, he's also saying in Matthew's the 10th chapter.
Very good. Okay, and I'm going to leave it at that for your portion, your questions. I want to move over to Israel. I appreciate that, and I do encourage everybody to 100% go look into the scriptures, as you have seen Captain and Israel here today do. Israel, I wanted to ask you specifically about the bloodline, because the bloodline to me does seem, in your view, to be able to be not trying to think of the right word, be adjusted. The promise can be adjusted so that the bloodline is not the whole reason why a person or people could be accepted into God's fold. And if that be the case, specifically, if God can adjust his covenant, as it seems that you have to me, it seems that you have an understanding of, would it then make sense that he could also bring about the new covenant that Jesus provides?
So yeah, a few points there. The idea of the covenant being extended to people outside of the bloodline is inherent in the first covenant itself. And as we read the first covenant, which allows non-native Israelites to be joined as part of the congregation, that is the nature of the new covenant. It's not an adjustment. The way that the nation was formed, it was formed as a bloodline, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, 12 tribes. But as it's envisioned out into the future, the doors are open for people from other nations to enter into the congregation and follow the Torah, and there's one law for all. So the nature of the first covenant itself does not imply a new covenant being made. When we look at the new covenant itself, as it's stated in Jeremiah, the only qualifications for the new covenant are that all people will have knowledge of God in their heart. And when you look at the Torah, that's actually the conclusion of the Torah, Deuteronomy 30 and Deuteronomy 4:29. God says we should all return to him with our heart and soul. And so, the new covenant's not so new in the sense that it's actually the logical conclusion of the Torah, is that when we actually get invested in God and his commandments, and we do that not just outwardly with our bodies, but also inwardly with our heart and soul, we are realizing the truth of the covenant. So I don't view the new covenant as that new. I think it is the fulfillment of the first covenant.
Very good. Yeah. And I don't want to make it a Christian talking point, because I know that this debate has been about Israel, but I know that Christianity, Islam would likely come into this. I'm sure that, there's no reason why Melchizedek or even Noah, and speaking of Noah, I think this is probably going to test both of you guys' faith. I just want a simple yes or no answer. Do you believe that the flood really happened?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And yes. Okay. Excellent. Awesome. That is amazing. So I'm not alone in this. I appreciate that.
I know where that comes from. Last one and wrap it up.
Okay. The last one, I am going to say this. Maybe it's something for you guys to consider. I'm not even going to ask the question. But it does seem to me that Israel had a lot of issues coming from Moses and what happened with them, and then after, when they were in the wilderness, and then when they settled the land, and so on and so forth. But it does seem as if, even though he picked them as a special people, that it almost kind of rings true if that be the case, that he's going to have to watch over them while they're doing all of the crazy stuff that they were doing. We recognize that they did a bunch of crazy stuff, that all of the peoples surrounding them in all of the other nations throughout the earth, it's almost as if they kind of had it together outside of the nation. Just pointing that out, but we'll move on. I'm just going to leave it at that. You guys don't have to respond to that.
What do you mean? You mean to say that only the Israelites were failing as a nation, but other nations weren't?
I would say that, yeah, because ultimately the humble understanding from what I've read is the original structure is the family arrangement. To me, it seems to be that it was Israel that was failing in that structural arrangement.
Right, but would you say that the rest of mankind has like a clean slate? Because, I mean, even look at the generation of the flood, look at the Tower of Babel, look at the Canaanites, which, like, God explicitly says, you are replacing the Canaanites, but if you do what they do, then you'll be destroyed too. So the Canaanites were already in deep shit, and God is saying, you know, you have the chance to be better than them, and, you know, of course, the Israelites are doing the same thing.
Yeah, and he 100% destroyed a lot of cities, a lot of nations, in the historicity of it. Going forward, he recognized that a lot of people in the nation of Israel probably had good hearts. They just were being misled. But it seems to me that the rest of the world, the rest of the nations, the rest of the city-states did understand the basic structural anatomy of the family arrangements. So when you're looking at especially those stepping off of the ark, when it comes to the descendants of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, specifically those of Ham, tended towards less than familial arrangements. Just pointing it out.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you so much, Clay. All right, Evan, let's shoot over to you, sir. Your question or comment to either of them.
Well, I just want to say that, Captain, in my personal opinion, I think you dominated this debate. And I would say my first question is towards you. Would you say that, looking at like the modern state of Israel and their own internal civil rights movement, where there was the Israeli Black Panthers Party, and how that was an attempt to go and break the sort of rigid governmental order where all the elected officials were of Ashkenazi descent. And now where that has been broken up a little bit, but all their prime ministers still have been traditionally, or have been exclusively Ashkenazi. Do you think that that is like a sign of like their lack of fruits of them not being the true tribe of Israel?
Yeah, because they weren't prophesied to come back that way. Even having like America fund them. First of all, nobody even wanted them in Europe. There's a Hitler speech where he gave, like, y'all get mad at me because I don't want them in Germany, but don't none of y'all want them in our country either.
Did your mic kick out, Captain? Are you on a different mic? It's like I can hear you, but it sounds like you're in a tin can. Or did your mic switch? It sounds like it's coming from like a desktop mic.
What about now?
Way better.
Much better.
We're back.
All right, I'm glad. So what I was saying was that when it comes to them, they need, like the Bible says that God is going to bring them there. Even if you look at the parallel when God delivered them out of out of Egypt, he sent the prophet Moses to do so. In this instance, they were begging everybody for help, and America has funded them ever since. It also didn't say that he would give them half Israel. You know, Israel is bigger than just Palestine. There's more space than that. But in the divide Palestine, even if for them to make the treaty with the Palestinians and then break every treaty that they made with the Palestinians, as far as how far they could go, how big they could get. So I would agree that all of that just proves that they're not them because they're taking it by force. And then, like, I visited Israel, and then when you see how they conduct themselves there, Tel Aviv as an example, some of their practices way that they disrespect the Most High. So I would agree that that further proves that they're just not the people. Like Revelations 2:9 calls them the synagogue of Satan.
All right. Mr. Horowitz, something that I'm curious about, or that I have a question for, is it seems like a large portion of your argument lies on a sort of historical legitimacy. And so I am curious, like, how can you prove your legitimacy from them being displaced by the Roman Empire and scattered through to the nations, like being exiled by God and by forces of man, and be able to prove that your lineage is of that lineage?
Right. So I never claimed to be able to prove my lineage because I don't have a magic wand to show you what my father's lineage looks like traced back many, many generations to the 12 tribes. By the way, neither does Captain Tazaryach. But again, he just doesn't strive in genealogy. I just admit that I don't know the genealogy. The reality is that my family has preserved the identity of being Israelites. Whether it's true that they are direct descendants through the fathers of the tribes or not, I don't know. What I do know is that it says in the Bible, that in the Torah, that God will disperse Israel all across the world, and that if we return to God heart and soul and follow his commandments, then we will be redeemed. Now, the fact that I was born into a family that claimed to be Israelite, I don't think it's coincidental. I was brought up with these scriptures and taught these things, and later on in life, I actually branched away from the Talmudic Judaism that I was raised with in order to be purely scriptural, Torah-based. And so I follow what the commandments are written in the 5 books of Moses without adding or subtracting, which is what God tells us to do. It says Deuteronomy 30:10, if you want to return to God, follow all of the commandments that are written in this book of the law. So that's what I try to do to the best of my ability.
All right. A secondary question is the Hebrew Israelite position is that they can go and track all the 12 tribes. But according to like the Talmudic understanding or the Western understanding of Judaism, there have been certain tribes that have only been lost. I think only the tribe of Levi and one other has been, like, they claim
Judah.
that they are down.
Judah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, well, that's why they're called Jews, because they all descend from Judah, and then some Levites. Yeah.
So in that sense, like, I personally find it more personally convincing that if you are of like an Israelite, you know where the other Israelites are, as opposed to just knowing where 2 tribes are and the rest being lost. I guess, like, how would you respond to, like, it's not really an argument, but it's just like,
No, I understand your point. I think it's entirely plausible that other groups of human beings preserved their identity as Israelites outside of the Jews. I don't think the Jews make up the entirety of Israel. I mean, by the Jews' own admission, the majority of Israel was exiled and dispersed, including the Jews many times over. So it really just comes down to who is preserving this identity. We don't have like clear evidence to like put it in front of your face. All we have is oral traditions and claims to be made. And ultimately, we don't know anything for sure. What we do know for sure is that we exist right now and that we need to improve ourselves and return to God.
All right. Thank you. One last question for Captain Tazaryach. I only say this with Hollywood pushing the latest Odyssey movie. Does your peoples have traditions about the travels of like their exodus? Like, I'm just thinking about going from like the region of Palestine and moving like to West Africa. I understand the great difficulty of that travel, and I would imagine that'd be a fantastic story on like a similar level of, say, the Odyssey or Ibn Battuta's sailing stories that have been turned into fairy tales almost.
Are you referring to so when Jerusalem falls in 70 AD, what was our track? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
So
yes.
So in a book called Babylon and Timbuktu, you can see that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa. That's why you'll see a map called Land of Judah on the west coast of Africa specifically. You can find that. The book that I was referencing here, this is just one book of many, where it's called The Negro Question, Part 4. This goes into the history of what they call the Dark Ages of Black people actually ruling Europe, and they knew that they was Israelites, or they would call themselves Jacobites. So that's how we can trace it historically. The children.
On that topic, I know the kings of Scotland claim to both be the descendants of David and also claiming that they are the descendants of Egyptians. Do you believe that those are truthful claims? Because I will personally say it was my understanding that they were like different varieties of Picts and Norsemen that just stole and like a cultural claim as a form of legitimacy.
So what I would say to that is you would just have to look at it. So we go by the artwork and the bloodline, them calling one of King James's, I think he was born before King James, when they called him Negro Boy. So when we trace that, that's how we line it up. Like the Douglases and stuff like that, those would all be what today that they would call black men. So that's how we trace it.
Thank you, Captain. I'm done with questions. Thank you both for answering them.
Thank you, Evan. I appreciate you so much. No, we have amazing panelists, and I'm really excited. We got some new people up here, but yeah, I'm so proud of the people that especially my regulars. They're awesome. Shaman, are you with us, sir? You are muted if you want to unmute and then ask your question or comment.
How's it going?
How are you?
Good debate. What's up, Cap?
What's going on?
Nothing much. Do either of you guys subscribe or look forward to the day where the third temple will be rebuilt and there will be the golden calf, the red heifer is going to come and be sacrificed to spill the blood on the new land, so that way either or both of you can join hands and sacrifice more animals in that future temple, or do you reject that as a prophecy?
Can you read
the golden calf?
The golden calf. Come on, you know.
You mean the red heifer?
The red heifer. Oh, the golden calf. I'm sorry, that's a different.
Two totally.
Yeah, the red heifer. Are any of you? I feel like Julia's looking forward to, but are any of you looking forward to this this red heifer prophecy to come true?
There's no. Where did that come from? The red heifer.
Yeah, there's no red heifer prophecy. It's not a prophecy. It's a reality. There are red heifers, and it's used for a purification ritual in Numbers 19.
Was there a verse that references that?
Absolutely not. That's the point.
That's what I was looking for. I was looking for the scripture.
Yeah.
So
neither of you are looking
forward to something far worse than that. So.
What's that?
Yeah.
What is that?
Death and destruction of this place. Like when no matter what you believe, whether you believe in Christ or you believe in God, the prophecy of his return is to set this place in order because it's out of order. It's totally in disarray with the way we live, our morality, and when God returns, he's going to put everyone in their place. The Bible says, woe unto them that desire the day of the Lord. It is not darkness. It's not light, it's darkness, because he's not coming to bring peaches and cookies and cream. He's coming to put everything in order and set everyone in their place. And I look forward to that day.
Yeah, amen. I wouldn't want to be there, specifically in lands like Tel Aviv, when that judgment comes through. Obviously not.
What about New York? What about Arkansas? What about in Islam, in one of them Muslim places where they could be like Muhammad and be a pedophile?
I think that's all over the Hebrew Bible as well.
No, it's not.
How come you and I always go Islamic immediately? Like what?
I was naming different ones. No, I did New York and Arkansas first. I didn't go straight. I was trying to make it earth-wide. You know, these people eating them dogs and cats.
Yeah, but I think from an Old Testament standpoint, right? The land will be judged, right? First, before any great calamity. So the judgment
decision of the Valley of Jehoshaphat, which is what
exactly.
Now. That's why Trump and them, they always say they leaving Iran, we got peace, and what happened 2 days later? Ain't no peace. There's never gonna be peace there.
No, I would say that it's definitely not the people of the Bible that are holding the land, because they're not even
No, I'm
holding
not
the
talking about
covenant.
from that, Shaman. I'm talking about when you say he's going to deal in the land first, he's bringing all them there. There's never going to be peace in that region, is what I'm saying. Doesn't matter who's there.
There never has been. Right. If you look historically, the only time that even the land of Israel that we call modern day Israel was only 70 years. You have King Saul that was elected. He had a mission. He started waging war to turn the lands, right? And then he resigned by force. And then there was King David, and then King David ruled over of Judea and Samaria for 30 years, and then you had King Solomon who ruled for 40 years, and the only time in actual peace, that's 70 years, and his son dropped the ball in a week. So that land was only in so-called peace for a maximum of up to 70 years, 2,500 years ago. And it's never been peace since. No, what? That's the history, no?
I said diabolical, like I'm talking about like all the war.
Yeah, why is it though? So the question would be, is it because that's part of God's plan, or is it because God's plan, as you would see it, is out of order? Because I would say that it's out of order or by design, and the question is by whose design, right? I mean, because the word Satan or Satan, its adversary.
Like to put it off on God is a cop out for our disobedience. If the children of Israel disobeyed God, we wouldn't have that problem. So we all
that's what it says over. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we're so terrible, obedient, so-called obedient people to God. We look for a reason to blame Him instead of just blaming ourselves. That's all us.
Well, no, I mean Deuteronomy 28 verse 1 and 2, right? It says over and over it's a conditional covenant. I agree completely. Like I'm not saying necessarily that I personally think that if the people of the book would just all of a sudden get everything in order, that the whole world would be. But according to the Bible, that's what it's supposed to be, right? But it says over and over, Deuteronomy chapter 28 twice. It says it's conditional upon their actions or lack of actions, right? So, but I wanted to ask a question. I was just asking about the red heifer to see if you would both. I knew I was going to bring you guys as a team, but either you guys both rejected, which I knew you would. So now you guys are the same type. You guys are on a Jewish alliance. We're making fucking alliances here, man. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, Cap. You're trying to turn everything fucking racial. I'm over here making peace, and we got Vikings here.
I will just say that the red heifer by Torah law is a legit. Like a red heifer just means a red cow. There's like thousands of red cows on earth. The rabbis are like, it can't have one little white hair, otherwise it's not kosher. That's complete nonsense. It's a purification ritual in Numbers 19 that you take a young female cow and burn it and use its ashes as a purification ritual. That's all it is. Now, yeah, the Torah does include animal sacrifices, as a heifer is a female cow, a baby female cow. The Torah has just 1 second. The Torah has animal sacrifices as part of the rituals, and I believe that the animal sacrifices are real, and to the extent that they will be restored, that's up to God to call the place that He chooses and reclaim that practice. But the whole sacrificial system is contingent on having a place that God chooses with a priesthood that God ordained. And if we don't have that, then there is no relevancy to the sacrificial system, or it cannot be fulfilled.
Yeah, real quick, I wanted to ask. So let me ask you guys both a question, right? Yeah, when we're talking about covenant and bloodline, we're talking about patriarchal lineage, right? So there was Noah, and then there's Abraham, right? And Abraham was blessed from Abram to Abraham, Genesis 12:3. But even before Abraham and his 2 sons, and then later 6 others, Cap? How would you square the circle of God's covenant to Noah? Because in Genesis chapter 9, verse 1, specifically talks about that He will bless him and his sons, and they will go upon and be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. And so if those were the only, biblically speaking, if those were the only people on earth post-flood, and they filled the earth, and that would mean that all people, right? Even though it doesn't logically make sense to me because there's different colors of people and Chinese people and so on. But how would
those Lot's children? That's Chinese people. Chinese and Japanese, that's Lot's kids. That's why they look like Mongoloids. But with the blessing that He gave the blessing that He gave Noah and his family, that was fulfilled. They did replenish the earth. That's why I tell you, we all come from Adam. Like if you follow the biblical narrative, we all come from Adam. And it says, and whom the one the Lord chose. So the covenant they made with Noah was for all. I would say that would cover all. The covenant that he made with Abraham was specific to the seed of promise. So that's why I would make the distinction between the two. It's almost if now I know y'all probably can't handle this part, but what God did with Abraham is what he did with Adam. There was other people on the planet. He chose Adam to be the one that he gave his spirit to. So after the flood, all the people are there. He chose Abraham to be the one that made a covenant with.
Yeah, but in Genesis 12:3, with Abram specifically says he'll bless those who bless. I will bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. Right. Therefore, your name would be Abraham, father of nations. Yeah, but he had Ishmael and Isaac.
Yeah, more than that.
So a blessing and a covenant. He had six others. Agree.
Right, but he blessed.
Sorry,
he gave Ishmael his blessing. Now.
Of course, but isn't the blessing? Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, if I bless my son, and then my oldest son, and then I have a second son, I bless him. And I have another son, I bless him. But I say, who will carry my name and be in essence like the first son, meaning the chosen one to carry it on, will be my second son, right?
Right.
All of them still have my blessing equally. Each one is a separate covenant.
Right. That's why when he talks about Isaac, remember Abraham says, "Oh, that Ishmael might live," and he gave him 12 princes. But in verse 21, it says, "But my covenant will I establish with Isaac." So he didn't establish a blessing with Isaac; he established a covenant with Isaac. Like anybody can get a blessing. A blessing is like I give you a gift or something like that. So God can give anybody a blessing, but the covenant is different.
No, but God didn't give anybody. God gave Abraham the covenant and told him through all of his seeds
that Isaac is like
they will be blessed. Yeah,
no,
but Isaac is the covenant. Isaac is. Go ahead.
Genesis 12 is different than what he did with Ishmael, because Genesis 12 is the criteria for other nations. The other nations will have to first bless Abraham's seed before they get a blessing. If they curse Abraham's seed, they get a curse.
Yeah, and his seed is Ishmael, Isaac.
But what he did for Ishmael wasn't predicated on whether he was good or bad.
Abraham specifically asked God to give him the blessing.
Right. But other nations got their blessing. Ham got their land. Japheth got their land. Other Shemitic people got their land. Everybody got their blessing.
Not everybody, only the sons of Abraham.
Nope. Ham got the Horn of Africa. They got that.
But where does Ham tie into the son of Abraham?
He don't. That's my point of saying.
Okay.
God gave
so it's not the same blessing.
No, but nobody gets the same. Again, the covenant is specific to Isaac. No other.
That's fine.
No other nation can say they got the covenant. When we talk about blessings, I'm never going to argue blessings because anybody can get a blessing. Anybody.
But no. But okay, I think we've already before we've agreed on the covenant thing, right? I think all Muslims also, by the way, they agree on the covenant. I don't think that's disputable if you believe in the Hebrew Bible. It's obvious, right? It's completely obvious about the covenant. I get it. But a blessing specifically where God chooses a single man, Abram, and then blesses him and changes his name to Abraham and says, your sons will be the leaders of great nations and all will be blessed through your blood. And I will continue to bless those who bless you through your seeds and curse those who curse you through your seeds until the end of days. That's not just any blessing. So what I'm saying is that clearly Abraham's seeds got that blessing, which is above all. Of course, you can say that the covenant is above that, and I don't think that's really that's not easy to argue against, right? What I'm saying is that all the world didn't get that, right? It was the seeds of Abraham, of which Ishmael is all the Arabs.
Well, here's the thing. There is a verse that says, it's Genesis 21:12. He says that when God tells Abraham to send Ishmael away, he says, I will call your seed in Isaac. So that's an implication where God is saying that the seed that I'm calling Abraham's seed is particularly in Isaac. That seed is called. It's not just referring to covenant, but even that term seed. Now you're right. Abraham's the father of many nations, and it's no small thing to be Abraham's son. But at the same time, when we talk about who the offspring is, the Bible 21:12 says it's Isaac.
Yeah. That's the well, as you could say, the covenant or the first covenant. But Genesis 21 also is another time where God specifically talks to Ishmael directly, right? So then he got his direct one as well. So
right,
I would just say that Abraham
covenant per se. It's not the covenant of Abraham, and this is repeated even in the blessing that Isaac gives to Jacob. He says, "I will give you the covenant of Abraham and the blessing of Abraham." So it's like,
yeah, I'm not disputing the covenant for the son, which would be Isaac, would be the land of Israel. I'm not even. That's not. That's not the argument. I'm saying that there's more than one thing, and then the entire thing's huge. If Noah, I'll wrap it up. Noah had 3 sons, and there was this great flood, and Noah had one wife and then 3 different sons, and then from there you go, and you have Abraham, and then he had 1 plus 1 plus another 6, and so on, so on, so on. I mean, there's a lot of people running around this world who are connected to that and have no idea whatsoever. Maybe, atheists in Cincinnati or some shit. You know what I mean?
I do think we're all
connected. All right, let's go. Thank you, Shaman. Let's go ahead and move on to Julia. Julia, your question or comment to either of the gentlemen.
Hi. I have a question regarding Jews that are unidentified as Jews in the diaspora. How would you guys, either one of you, talk about identification for people who don't know they're Jews and have a Jewish lineage, but they don't know that they're Jews, and how that plays into the future?
I'll let the captain go. I mean, I assume you'll say go visit a Black Hebrew Israelite center to find out, right?
We don't like.
I don't want to answer for you.
Oh, you didn't want to answer on your own side? Because you
I wanted you to
rejected your Jewishness for some other Jewishness.
Well, I didn't reject it. I just said
Yes,
I don't
you
think
did. You Ashkenazi. You rejected your father's side.
Yeah, I put God before my fathers, and ultimately, right. What God says is true. And
so
I think
lineages. A question that was for both of us.
Okay. Yes, I will answer first. Then I think lineages are uncertain, and I think it's possible that you have some aspects of Israelite lineage, but I would say first and foremost, keep the commandments.
Yeah,
part of the covenant.
I'll actually answer your question. That's why we actually go out and teach, because the one people that were told they were not the children of Israel is my people. My people consist of blacks, Latinos, Native Indians, and also the Israelites in Africa, Europe, etc. So what we do is we go out and teach on the streets, in class, wherever it may be, to wake people up to their identity, because there could be people that are Israelites and they just don't know it, like you said. So the more we're able to teach and educate people, the more we're able to open up their minds. Christ said, "My sheep hear my voice," but they got to go hear it. That's why they were sent to the lost sheep in the house of Israel, and so that's what we do.
Thank
Any
you.
other?
No further questions.
Thank you.
Wow, I like it. Short and sweet, just my kind. Adam Ska, your question or comment to either of the gentlemen, please.
Yeah, sorry, I had to unmute myself. My question is more to Cap, and Israel can answer if he wants to. But where does it eliminate white people? You always go on about white people and we're damned and we're all this, but where does it really say that? Because I have my Bible right here, and God said in 3:16 that He gave His only begotten Son for the world. And He did send the apostles to teach the Gentiles.
In Romans 9.
See, but before you answer, though, I'm gonna keep my thing short and sweet, because I know there's other people want to join the panel. You go to, in my opinion, I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus. I believe in His sacrifice. All that. You laugh at me. I love how you mock other people.
I'm not laughing.
But you cherry pick. No. You cherry pick the Bible. In my opinion, this is my opinion, no one else's. But in my opinion, you cherry pick the Bible from the Old to the New Testament to justify your racism towards other ethnic groups because you got an identity crisis because of slavery. That's the gist of you. And you going around telling Harriet Tubman was a Jew and all this BS, buddy. I Googled that. I AI'd it. I went every which way with it. That woman never once claimed she was a Jew. She claimed she was a Christian. And that she taught other slaves that's why she did what she did during slavery, because of God, Christianity. Not, I was a Jew and I was this. That entitlement crap, that's just because you black people got an issue with everybody else. Maybe teach your people to take some accountability instead of using the Bible to justify your ignorance. Maybe go into your community and teach these men to be men instead of dipping out on their families and whatnot. Because I'm tired of you slandering Christians. I'm tired of it. Boss, I'm tired, boss. I'm real tired.
When I hear a white man call me racist, and then it
says, see, there you go, right there, right with race. Oh, and I hear a white man.
Well, every time I say like 3 or 4 words, you cut me off, man. But every time
I apologize. I apologize. You just get under my skin, dude.
Well,
I ain't even say that
Captain
yet.
has to.
So I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you answer.
I didn't say nothing though. Like, you big man already.
No, I said I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll let you answer.
When I hear a white man call me racist and then he say you black people, that's all I need to know about.
Because you're black.
Can I finish?
No, I'm not a racist person, my guy. My brother-in-law is black.
Hold on, Captain. Hold on just a second, Captain. Adam, do you notice how everyone before you had a great back and forth, right? Clay did very well.
Yeah, I apologize. Well. I get a little ahead of myself, Sarah.
Yeah. Don't get ahead of yourself and stay right here in the present where we go back.
I will. I apologize. I apologize, Cat.
Okay. Go ahead, Captain.
That's that clownery.
Anytime a white man calls me racist, but then he says you black people, that is how racist white people talk. When you say, you said a lot. So when you say that, where does it say anything what God says about white people? Romans 9:13, it says, Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated. Esau is the so-called white man. The way the white man calls himself Caucasian or the Caucasoid, come from the mountains, that's where Esau comes from. He lives by the sword. Esau lives by the sword. God hates Esau. Don't get mad at me. It's in the Bible. That also answers to John 16, and it's in the New Testament. And then, right when Paul says, Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated, the very next thing he says, what shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid. So even Paul is justifying God hating a people, specifically Esau or Edomites, which is where you descend from, sir.
Okay, well, actually, now I am going to interrupt you because Edomites are not white. They're from southern Levant in Jordan, buddy. Yeah, okay, yep. Play your little music.
I'm only playing it because you're so rude. I spoke to Clay.
No, you're rude.
I didn't get to finish hearing what Captain was saying, Adam.
When you talk about John 3:16, the word world does not mean everybody. Because God so loved the world, Christ also didn't pray for the world. 1 John 2:15 says, love not the world. There's a context of the word world. And Isaiah 45:17 tells you Israel is that world that shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. So I don't cherry pick the scriptures, but when I bring out the scriptures that show you the specialness that Israel has, the hatred that God has for other nations, Isaiah 40:17 says all the nations are as nothing to him, but be like a drop from the bucket. Revelations 13:9 says, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. And it just so happens your ancestors did that. If it said in the Bible that I had to love you despite what you did, I love God. I would just do it. But God is so merciful to my soul and spirit, I don't have to. Last thing, I'm a free man. I'm not bound by lack of identity. inferiority complex. I don't have nothing. I'm superior to you and every other person that's not in my school. So I don't have that problem. I can comfortably have a conversation. Floor is yours.
I'm going to make sure I can talk. You know, I don't want to. I'm not trying to piss Sarah off because I try to show respect. Anywho, all of that is gibbly goop. Okay, all that crap you just said is BS because the new covenant through Christ and his blood sacrifice on the cross washes away the old covenant of the Old Testament. Ergo, people that as long as they believe in Christ's sacrifice, that he did die for your sins, and that he died on that cross for that sacrifice as the lamb, you shall know salvation. And that applies to everybody. But see, again, I'll go back to why I call you a racist. I don't call you Mr. Black Man because I'm a racist. My brother-in-law is black. I love the guy. I see him as a man, not a black man, not any other man, a Christian man that works hard, provides for his family, does the right thing. And then I got to see people like you who want to cherry pick the Bible. Like you don't even, let's go to Revelations, how you like to go with the description of God or Christ with the woolly hair and all that. That's called a metaphysical description, not a literal one. Okay? As Israel said, nobody knows definitively what God looks like. He even said it himself. To look upon my face would be death. Why? Because our little tiny brains can't comprehend that metaphysicalness. Okay? That's where you just keep losing the argument. I've seen you lose it with Sam, Jay, and others. I'm not going to list names because, again, I'm not trying to start now. All I'm saying is that you come with these BS arguments about Harriet Tubman and all this crap. Yet you talk about, oh, it's not about lineage, but yet here you are telling me what my lineage is. I don't even know. I would love to know, but for all you know, I could be descended from Jews. I could come from the 12 tribes. You don't know that. You make an assumption on that because you want to justify your ignorance, period. You use God. It's blasphemous. You calling God a racist? You don't even know God like this. How can you call God a racist? God's God. He can like whoever and dislike whoever he wants, but it doesn't automatically mean, well, hey, you don't like them white people.
If God says he hates a people, is that love?
Oh, that's because they did something to displease God, so he's going to give you his wrath.
Answer the question first. If God says he hates
I just did. What are you talking about?
Is that love? If he hates them, is that love?
No, obviously it's not love, but it does not specifically say white people, dude.
When it comes to Esau, he said the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil. So there wasn't nothing bad that Esau had done. He hated him before he was born.
And what is your proof that Esau is a white man? What is your proof that that's a white man?
I just gave two examples. Do not the white man call, does not
you giving me a title, not a
does the white man call himself Caucasian? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Because he come from the mountains, right? It's cave.
We all migrated elsewhere. Listen. See, that's that racist. You don't even know white people were in caves, brother.
Caucasian is because they come from the caves. That's where Esau comes from. Does the white man live by the sword?
Yeah, all right.
Does the white man live by the sword?
Does the Israelite live by the sword? I can go back and forth with this with you too. Does the Israelite live by the sword? I just did. I'm asking you. I'm asking you to apply the same standard you're trying to apply to me.
We don't live by the sword. What I mean by when Esau was told he would live by the sword, there ain't a land that the white man has not went into that he did not take it by the sword.
So all you got is the white man. Israel, I'd like to hear your opinion on this.
Is that not historical? How did he get?
No, it's not, because you don't have any proof that he's talking about white people.
Did he get North America by love or by the sword?
Was it just white people that took North America? No, it was white, Spaniards, British, and other ethnic
white
groups
people. British
that came
white
over.
People. That's all white people.
Spaniards are not white people. That's again how slow you are.
They all white.
Are there no
All right, let's.
I'd like to hear Israel, though. I'd like to hear Israel.
Pardon me for just a moment. I'm going to let Israel give his thought, and then we're going to move on because that would be a great conversation to push over to the gauntlet and let you guys get a little.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. I thought we were in the gauntlet. That's why I was going so hard. I apologize.
I guess somebody wasn't paying attention. You don't got
I was dealing with other stuff here and listening.
Captain's gonna
So.
miss out.
Yeah, I gotta be at the gym at 5 o'clock.
Oh, that sounds like a personal problem, Captain. That's a problem.
He's got to sweat out his racism.
So I'm giving you bonus time now, Sarah, after 12. So I got a couple more minutes.
Real quick, I appreciate the dialogue, Cat.
All right. Rocky, hold on, Rocky. We're just going one at a time right now. It's not your turn. Okay. Israel, I'll give you the final say on anything that Adam's been saying. Then we'll move on to WW's the last one for the Q&A portion before we move to Gauntlet.
Yeah, all I would say is, are there no wars in Africa? Or is like the entire world is literally under war. I think that's pretty abundantly clear. It's absolutely impossible to identify who the actual descendants of any of these biblical figures are. All these nations, the Edomites, the Ammonites, the Canaanites, they don't exist. So we live in a new world where we're all human beings and we're all bound by the 10 Commandments. Love your fellow as yourself. Did you not hear that one? Where God tells you to love your fellow as yourself, not to murder, not to commit adultery, not to steal. These things apply universally to all mankind. And we should not sit here having petty fights about things we literally don't know, like which bloodline tribe we descend from. Instead, we should talk about what God tells us to focus on, which is returning to him heart and soul and loving your fellow man and seeking justice in the world.
All right, perfect. Okay, W, let's move on to your question, sir, or comment.
Hi, good evening. I guess I wouldn't say really comment. I wouldn't say question. I'm more bordering on comment. Addressing a few things that Captain said. Now, I'll give you a background. I am a Yale student who is majoring within genetics. I am currently attending Yale, and I'm majoring within genetics, so I definitely can give my 2 cents on the whole lineage thing. But to address your first claim, when you claim that God is a racist, so if God is a racist, why would he make other races? Because I could certainly say if I was a racist God, I wouldn't make the other races from the get-go.
In Romans the 9th chapter, it says, "Who art thou?" This is after he says, "Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated." So if he made a race to hate, that means he is racist, right?
No, I wouldn't say that, and I wouldn't say that he's saying a specific race to hate.
It says
he's
Esau
probably
have I hated.
Okay, but Esau is not a race.
Esau is a race. Esau became, in Genesis the 36th chapter, you'll see Esau, whose name was Edom. So Esau or Edomites is a race of people.
Okay, so here's the other thing. Hold that. You bring up all these Edomites and this and that. Okay, you do realize that these are genetic groups that, as a culture, they no longer exist. Do you know who the modern descendants are that carry those genetic traces of those people?
Yeah, white people.
No, it's not white people. It is actually modern day Jordanians and modern day Palestinians carry the most genetic traits for these people. But I wouldn't expect you to understand that because you don't do genetics. You don't major in that. Here's the other thing. You also like to point out how
but you can't do that. You can't do that. Like interrupt me in the middle of talking and then think you take over the talking.
No, because you say
so I won't ask you another question. I would just speak. Speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah, mute your mic. Thank you. It says, this is Romans the 9th chapter and verse 20. Nay, but O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall a thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus? You asking the question about why God created a race to hate, because he can. That's what makes him a God. Verse 21, have not the potter power over the clay of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? So he has the authority to create a vessel of dishonor or create a vessel of honor. So don't get mad at me because God said he hated Esau and Edomites. That's what the Bible says. You can get, like, y'all can get mad. Y'all can say these people don't exist, but what you cannot say,
because they don't.
But you cannot say is
They
that
don't
God
exist any longer.
Can you show me a verse that God loved? Look at you in your feelings.
No, I could show you genetic
Can
traces.
you show me a verse that God loved Edomites?
Can I show you a verse? Well, I mean, they clearly don't exist anymore. They've been assimilated into surrounding
If you want to go with
populations.
the argument, they don't exist no more. That's irrelevant to the question, because in the Bible they existed. They're talked about.
They did exist at one point.
I just read God hated Esau. Can you show me a verse that God loved Esau?
No, because I will admit I'm not really too knowledgeable on the Bible. I was raised a Jehovah's Witness.
I'm stupid to the Bible. That's what that means. I'm stupid.
Well,
to the
I do.
Bible.
I am familiar with it because I mean, God did create us in His image.
God
right?
created Esau.
So
to
wouldn't that
hate.
mean that God hated himself?
God created Esau to hate. That's what it says. The
So that would.
children being
So if he
not
created,
yet
so if he
born,
created him to hate,
neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God according to election might stand, not of works, but him that calleth. He called Esau to be hated. So how you getting mad at me? Because your question was like, why would I say
I'm not mad at
he's a
you.
racist? So if we're talking about God, we can't go to your Yale. Who cares about Yale and your genetics? You ain't asking me about a book of Yale. You're asking me about the Bible. So if we're talking about the Bible, let's deal within the parameters of the Bible. In the parameters of the Bible, God hates a race of people. God created a race of people to hate. You can't get around that.
all right. So if we're all made in the image of God, and then He made a race to hate, then wouldn't that mean that God hates Himself?
What? No, it does not.
That would imply it.
Because making us in the image has nothing to do with our look. It's our ability to receive instructions. That's what separates us from an animal. Our ability to receive laws and instructions. But you still can't show me a verse where God loved Esau. But what I can show you is a verse where it said, this is Malachi 1 and 2. It says, I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein thou hast loved us. Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord? Yet I loved Jacob. Verse 3. And I hated Esau. How you gonna get mad at me for saying God hates?
I'm not mad at you. I'm just pointing out your retards.
Out of the Bible that God hated a race. How you get mad? Don't get mad at me.
Esau was
I'm not mad at you. I'm just pointing out you're wrong.
Listen, you can make Esau the Chinese, the Japanese, the African. You can make me Esau. I don't care who you make Esau. What you cannot do is say God loved him, though.
It's beside the fact.
That's what you asked me. You
just asked me. Okay, you do also. You like to rag on the Asians a lot.
You just asked me why am I saying God is a racist and saying
because it doesn't make sense, and we're just running in circles.
Me showing you he hates a race of people is now irrelevant. If I was to go to Isaiah 40 and 17,
just running in circles.
You said what?
Because we're just running in circles at this point. You
nitpicking
again at someone picked.
When you say
you saw this, I mean,
when you say
if he hated him, he hated him, but that doesn't apply to a whole group of people. I mean, again, as others pointed out, we have no knowledge of.
Is Jacob a whole group of? Is Jacob a whole group of people?
No, Jacob is his own individual.
No. You say Jacob,
yes.
You say Jacob. Jacob's name was changed to Israel. It represents the nation. That's why it says the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Those three men represent God's chosen people. Esau or the Edomites. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Let's just say, okay, you're quoting accurately from scripture, obviously, but at the same time, if you agree that it's a solid argument to say that we cannot identify who these people are, at this point, you're just looking for someone to call Esau. It's like Netanyahu calling the Palestinians Amalek, just because like, oh, those are the bad guys, right? Like, if we can't identify these ancient nations, then what makes you think that, like, you just saying all white people are Esau, therefore I hate them? Like that's the leap here that's incorrect, even according to scripture.
No, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say that.
Can I
Because
respond?
we identify who, just like we identify who the 12 tribes of Israel are, we identify. Can y'all hear me or no?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. So just like the way we identify Esau ourselves, rather, is the way we identify Esau. And the Bible says we can hate. In Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter says it's a time to love and time to hate. Before I identified them as Edomites, I hated white people, not because they're white. Them being white is irrelevant to me. I think, like, when the Jewish man hates the Germans, nobody says the Jewish man is wrong for hating Germans. Nobody would say that the Palestinians is wrong for hating the Jewish people. Nobody would say when a people is oppressing another people, nobody says you should love them. Except us, except black people in America. Black people in America are the only ones that if we say we don't like white people, it's like, oh, why don't you like us? But when you look at the history, right now, Nolan can't be found because he went on a trip on 4th of July with white people, and now he's unalived and dead.
Of course you're bringing that up. Of course you're bringing that up.
Find out what happened to him.
You hate white people so much, take a DNA test. I guarantee you the majority of modern day black Americans have white influence.
Their complexion has to do with the crimes that they've committed. So I don't need the Edomite argument.
You don't need to hold on to 150 years.
All right, sounds like a good piece to stop on right there, W, since you couldn't just let Captain finish his thought. What we're going to do while I'm maneuvering over towards the gauntlet, I do have Caledonian and Rocky, and also Ben is going to start us off with the gauntlet mode with his questions or comments. Caledonian and Rocky, you were like after other people left, so your count as gauntlet people. But I'm going to go ahead and get the gauntlet set up. You guys all know where you're going if you know where you're going. Otherwise, I'll instruct you here shortly. But Ben, I want to kick it over to you as if you want to start us with a question or comment to either of the gentlemen. We'll kick off over there, and then I'll get to supers in a minute.
Yeah, I'd like to start out with Israel. Good debate, gentlemen. Also, both. That was a lot of fun. Israel, you're obviously anti-Zionist on that side of things.
Yeah.
Yes. So what is it you think of the group that is claiming Jewishness as Israel and pushing that entire agenda?
I think their chief flaw is not that they call themselves Israelites. I think their chief flaw is that they call themselves Israelites and don't follow the Torah, because the entire duty of an Israelite, by the definition of the faith that even creates the concept of an Israelite, is follow God's commandments. And so if they're not following God's commandments, then they're not in alignment with what it even means to be an Israelite.
What do you think of the lines of propaganda that were very interesting? So pre-inception of the current Israel, when they were drumming up the sentiment for that, the people group that they were doing that drumming up for was the Hebrew people. It was obviously there was no Israel at that point in time, and so they said it was for the Hebrew people. After the inception of Israel, then they rotated that, and no longer is Hebrew tied to that, and now it's Israelites. What do you think of all that?
So both terms are valid, biblically speaking. Hebrews are actually like the original. It's almost more ethnic. It dates back to Eber, who's one of the sons of Noah through Shem, and so the Hebrews are the Ivri in Hebrew, and all the way before the Israelites even existed, they were called Hebrews. Like Joseph was called a Hebrew in Egypt, for example. So Hebrews are very deep. It's a deeper definition than Israelite. Israelite then refers to the covenantal people who descend specifically from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who's then named Israel and has 12 sons who are then called the children of Israel. So yeah, both terms are accurate.
So you would say that instead of being tied to a city or to a state or country, it's more through the descension of Jacob whose name was changed to Israel, so it's Israelite in that fashion rather than being tied to a state in and of itself. So when the anti-Zionist section of the Jews say that Israel was never meant to be a state, this is what they're referring to.
And before you answer that, Israel, if you're watching over on the Raging Tomato on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Pilled, Twitter, Instagram, whatever, if you want to continue watching, you have to move over to the Gauntlet on YouTube. That's the only place this will be streaming at on my end. And if you're on YouTube, that is at the Gauntlet Debate. Otherwise, you will have to catch the raid over. I'm ending those sides now. Thank you. Go ahead, Israel.
Okay. So yeah, again, the land, the people are not tied to the land, although the land is the geographical location where the people get their homeland, their promised land. So God promises the land to Abraham and then to Isaac and then to Jacob, as we were discussing earlier with Omar. The blessing of Abraham, as it's defined, even when Isaac gives it to Jacob, he says it's the land, the inheritance of the land is unique to this group of people. Yet God says, if you don't keep my commandments, you will be exiled and dispersed from the land. So that's the historical period we're at now, is an Israelite nation that was given the chance to pretty much live in heaven on earth with all of God's blessings. They chose evil, and now they're paying the price.
So would you say this is a fake Israel then, since they are not following the commandments?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's I guess there's some legitimacy, but not very much.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Captain Tazaryach, also excellent debate. What metric exactly do you use then to figure out who is an Israelite?
Ours is we use historical, spiritual, and biblical. Spiritual is where we teach based on biblical prophecy. Historical is where we track the history as far back as we can. And then historical also is the evidence. Like when we was talking about trekking, when Jerusalem fell in 70 AD and we fled into Africa, we can trace that history. We can trace the maps. We can trace coming over. Even when you look at the slave names, like I was saying earlier, they were Israelite names coming off the boats in America. So that's how we're able to do it. Also want to point out that Israel, most people, I never really hear most people mention Eber, where Hebrew comes from. I was actually impressed by that part. Go ahead, Benjamin.
Thank you.
So with your story earlier where you had said that a new guy had come in and was a possible prospect, and you looked at your friend and you said, he's not one of us. What sort of tests or metrics was he gonna go through?
When we taught class, he was able to reveal who he was, what tribe he came from in Africa, specifically as a Hamite. So he knew that, and so he just revealed to us that he wasn't one of us himself. He knew exactly who he was.
I see. And then I just wanted to point out that not all white people are from the Caucasus Mountains. I'm not sure why that listing gets put like that. That's private. It's large portion Slavics and such. Not everybody's from that area in any way, shape, or form. There was Germania long before that, and that's actually more of the Russian type people over there. The Slavics that's what slaves named after, is the Slavs. Even among white cultures, those are basically considered on the low end of things. They get, once you separate into just white cultures, then there's a pecking order inside of that, and there's jokes amongst each other's, like Oli and Lena jokes, depending on whether you're from, like I'm from a German area. So for us, the Polish are Oli and Lena, and you're always making fun of the stupid Polacks. But like my wife is Danish. For her, Oli and Lena are from fucking Sweden. So for them, the idiots are the Swedes. Mm-hmm. So it's once you.
I was just gonna say, plus you're just describing different dukes of Edom. That's how we look at it. Like
Yeah,
Edom,
see, I
yeah, Edom had dukes, so it's like different tribes, different characters. Similar like Israelites, we're not all the same. Like Puerto Ricans do things differently than Mexicans and Colombians and Cubans and stuff like that. But we're all Israelites, though. That's how we look at it.
Yeah. So then, basically, everybody's an Israelite then.
No,
and
no.
You say
Some of the
Mexicans
Mexicans,
are Israelites?
some of the Mexicans could be Spaniards. Some of the Tainos could be Spaniards. Like some of the blacks could be European. Like we always point out with Bob Marley. I was saying that earlier. So no, we don't say, when we say that, we're giving like a location of where they are, but that doesn't mean every last one of them are.
So the people that are actually from Northern Europe and not the Russian area, the sons of Odin, those are not Edomites. Those are sons of Odin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go with it.
So
yeah, I say go.
I
with
shall.
It. Yeah,
I shall, sir.
Listen, I love when I see you because I always be reminded of you with the hammer. So.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So ain't nothing I can say gonna budge you from that. So I mean, go ahead with it. Rock out, man. I say rock out.
I always enjoy paneling with you two, sir. You're a good time. A lot of fun.
Love it. First panel. Super Recognizer said citizens should vote on every bill and ban Congress. I'm not sure where that came in. Okay, fair enough. Not sure where this super chat came in or why. I don't remember talking anything on politics stuff, but
not at all. Appreciate the money though.
Yeah, but yeah, I'll take it. Kraut said, I wish I could join, but I have no argument for either claim. Israel, Cap, what's up? Hail to the tomatoes and praise God. We love you too, Kraut. Also, Spin sent in over on the pilled side of things, big 15 bones, and says, good to see everyone. Love to you, Spin.
You're on pill?
Yeah, I started it. I just don't pay attention to it. He has to tell me when donos come in. Sasquatch also sent in over on the Cash App $20 and said for things and stuff. I love that. Also, Spin sent in over on Ben's side, says sending love, lots of love. He follows up with another 2, says hail Balderson. Saint Reginald sends in the big 5, says yes, Marcus Vipsenius Agrippa would be considered a white person by today's King Agrippa I and his son Agrippa II was of Edomite descent. Oh, say that 6 times fast. Any thoughts to that?
Always hated.
I don't think it matters at this point. I think it was just a statement.
That's fascinating for me.
I got a theory.
There's an occult book called Agrippa.
I had a quick question for Cap before he goes. Have you ever been to Jerusalem? I mean, I haven't, but I was just curious if you've ever been.
Yeah,
there. You have?
Yeah, I went in
Israel
back in 2017. I think I spent it was 11 or 12 days out there. So I went to they got Jerusalem. That's like a big attraction. They got like King David's tomb, like King David really in there. Olives is a cemetery. Yes, I went out there. I think a funny story. So we go to this restaurant and they see these big black. So I went with my wife. It was just me and her, but there were some people there that I met. So it's like 5 or 6 of us. And when we go out there, I'm tall. Another gentleman was tall. The other 2 was short. When we go into the Jewish restaurant and we sit down, Brenda's Got a Baby by Tupac just starts playing. It's like, I love it. I don't know if they said, hey, it's black people in here. Let's play a song. I don't know what to play. Let's play Tupac. And they played the first song that came to mind. And Brenda's Got a Baby is like so depressing. Like it's about a woman had a baby and put it in the dumpster. And they played that in the Jewish restaurant. I thought that was so funny.
Yeah.
That's because Tupac is a famous Jewish poet.
Can I ask Cap a question about Israel since he went over there? I'll make it short though. Cap, what did they think over there of your beliefs?
Well, they held me for like 3 or 4 hours. They didn't let me through. They claimed it was for my middle name, which is Rashawn. And then when I went out there, the people that I did speak with, I didn't speak with a lot of so-called Jews, so I can't tell you what they felt. But some of the black people that lived over there, some of them agreed, some of them didn't agree. So it was a balance.
Sarah,
I went to Dimona. I met the people over there in Dimona, so it was okay.
I'm sorry, by the way, I got to head out, but I want to thank you all so much. And just,
Totally.
I wanted to respond to one thing you said, because you said it would make sense for Jews to hate all Germans, and I don't think so. I don't hate.
I didn't say it makes sense. That's not what I said.
Don't leave yet.
What
I
I
gotta
said
tell you
was,
the truth.
if Jewish people hate Germans, nobody say they're wrong for that. Because
Well, I think they are
understand
wrong
why.
because I don't think you should hate innocent people.
It's
I don't
not
think
generally when
you should hate evil.
Listen, Jewish people lock up old Germans. They be catching 90-year-old Germans and saying you escaped justice. My point is saying that is everybody
If they were
understands.
Nazis,
You said what?
if they were Nazis, that's a different story. But I'm not going to kill a Nazi son because his father was. a murderer.
But how they feel about Nazis, they feel that Jewish people are justified, not because they're Nazis, but because of what they did to them. But for us, if we say how we feel, we can't feel that way. I was trying to just use different examples of everybody understanding why people dislike a people.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with Jews
You
hating.
just
all
said
Jews.
it's okay if they're
I don't believe
Nazis, though.
Yes, if the person was a murderer, that individual was a
Okay,
murderer.
so
yes,
if white
not
people
all
are
German
oppressing,
people.
if white people are oppressing us here in America, and that's why we hate it, then we're justified.
But is every white person oppressing?
Can I
you?
address
I've
the
never
question?
I talked to Sarah. I text her. It can't be every. Like, let's not be cynical.
Okay. Right. So then
I
we
go
should
over
judge
Tom
everyone as an
Evans. I go
individual.
over Tom Evans' platform. I work with Sean Kelly. I do content with him.
Matan's Israeli.
It can't be every.
Somebody said to ask you what Matan smells like.
Israelite.
What it
You guys
smells
don't
like.
even
I
know
don't know
Israel.
what it smells like.
Hey,
all right, guys.
I've never
Thank you
been
so
that close
much.
to him. He's a child. I don't know what he.
Hey, Cap.
That was very gay.
Yeah,
Whoever
quick
asked
question.
that is very gay.
That's a super gay question, Ben. That's crazy. Hey, Cap,
I
real
also
quick,
thought it was crazy. I was like, why would you ask
genealogy of Jesus has a
if Jacob
That
and
book
Esau
of
were
Jasher,
brothers,
to answer
if Jacob and Esau were brothers, how would they be different
Okay,
races?
I'll answer
They
that
were
question, and I'm
twins.
gonna answer the super chat. The book of Jasher is trash. That's the answer. Jacob and Esau in Genesis 25 and 23, it says 2 nations were in thy womb, and 2 men of people shall be separated. So we have the same mother and father, but we were made completely different.
Good night, Israel.
Yeah. No, but I think you're confusing nations and
Can I
races.
address anything?
You are. If there's 3 sons,
Sarah, we gotta get
okay.
another opponent. I think I'll be free. I don't have nothing. Oh no, not this Friday. But yeah, we gotta get another opponent. It's been a pleasure as always being on your platform.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Captain. We appreciate you,
All right, no problem.
as always.
All right. That was a good old country ass whipping, boy. Listen, I made that white man say he don't even believe in Isaiah no more. Diabolical. Well, I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. Until next time. Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakathum, Yahweh Shema Thum Bashem Yahushua. I got the perfect outro for this one. Let me see. Let me set the outro. Let me get the yacht dance. We're gonna do the yacht dance on the outro.